The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Pieces are flying off the boards at the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz in Zagreb, Croatia. Try to keep up if you can, but these players' calculations are fast and their hands are even faster. Former world champion Magnus Carlsen has set the field ablaze, winning all 9 games, decimating everything in his path on his way to clear first. As predicted by Magnus, the world's #1 rated blitz player Alireza Firouzja went on a tear, racking up multiple wins to get within striking distance of the leaders. Carlsen sits alone at the top. Can he continue to outpace the competition and the clock? Only time will tell. The final day of Blitz Chess coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to the final and championship day here at the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz, held in beautiful Zagreb, Croatia. We start the day in one of the most iconic landmark city squares here in the middle of Zagreb, in front of the statue of Josip Jelačić, who was a great military leader. Well, who's going to be the best military leader over the chessboard? Let's go to the studio and find out.
The Grand Chess Tour returns to Croatia. It is rapid and blitz action with the greatest players in the world. Our live coverage from the St. Louis Chess Club in Zagreb starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us again. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my brilliant co-host, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Nasi, wonderful. Are we witnessing the greatest of all time? What we saw yesterday.
9-0. History has been made. Can he do it again today?
I think that's what we're all asking ourselves. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. Thank you for joining us. Even as we witnessed it yesterday, it was amazing. We were at a loss for words. Perfection. What can you say? 9-0. Each and every year, the Grand Chess organizers try to get the best players in the world, and nobody expected the tournament to be adopted. It's extraordinary. Nasi, do the honors and tell us about the standings.
Let's take a look. We have Magnus Carlsen leading the tournament. He has a 3-point lead.
It's incredible. His gap is just superlatives. We lose words.
Sharing second, Fabiano, Caruana, and Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Alireza is actually playing a very, very good blitz tournament, but he's 4.5 points behind. It's extraordinary. And tell us about our format.
We have a 10-player round-robin tournament, and the time control in blitz is 5+2. There's a traditional scoring system, and no draw offers allowed.
This, of course, is our last day of broadcast, so that is our schedule. And Miro, first of all, good to see you, my friend. What we experienced yesterday was historic.
Well, absolutely. Thank you, Yasser. It's my pleasure to be here. And, you know, we could talk a lot about how many intrigues there are. It's a very close race for the second. Well, we are still looking at Lupulescu possibly winning his first game, and GCT points have to be split, but it's only one question on my mind. You know, 9 rounds, same opponents, colors reversed. Can he do it again? The man of the tournament, Magnus Carlsen, of course. Well, fun fact, he's still not #1 on World Blitz rating. Well, winning 29.6 ELO points, but still, well, less than 10 points left to catch up with Alireza Firouzja, who is world #1 in Blitz. Fabiano, Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, all there in the top 10. And yeah, and Magnus Carlsen, 6 times World Blitz champion, once again confirmed that, yeah, well, he is the greatest of all times. Well, 9 out of 9, I'm lost for words. And let's hear from our colleagues in Zagreb who managed to not only to witness but to capture the very moment he wins his 9th game. Anastasiya, Cristian.
Thanks, Miro. Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 5, the championship day here in Zagreb, Croatia. And what we witnessed yesterday was historical, legendary, and every other superlative that you can find in the dictionary. And let's take a look at what transpired after that last final move that secured Magnus 9 out of 9 in Day 4.
He takes F3 and rook B2,
A2,
and he's 9 for 9.
9 out of 9.
And Magnus is exultant. This is not the Magnus who was in shock in the Rapids when he lost back-to-back games.
And that's the scene view that you captured, Anastasia.
Yes, I was in the playing venue at this moment when he just won this game, and the spectators tried to applaud, but they couldn't do it properly because the other game was just played nearby. And you know, Magnus looked so happy. Now you will see how he couldn't actually keep his emotions. And I will tell you, Cristian, when you were doing this interview with Alireza Firouzja, Magnus was here nearby in the players area, and he kept smiling all the time, all the way until he came to the studio.
And
you can see
another
him.
moment where he says, "Are you not entertained?" Raising his hands up in the air, "Are you not entertained?" I mean, just an incredible feat. And the second time they started applauding.
Yes, after the game was over. Yes,
was that over?
Yes,
the
yes.
Fabiano
game was over at this moment, so they were applauding, and now we can see this amazing score.
Absolutely incredible line score, and everybody can remember and will remember. This is going to be in the history books. 9 out of 9, and if you count the 2 rapid games that he won in the previous day as well, that's 11 out of 11. And he has the opportunity, as you were mentioning, Miro, to potentially continue his streak. What's going to happen here in Zagreb? Well, only time will tell. So we're going to throw it back to St. Louis as the games are ready to start.
Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Cristian. And indeed, do the honors and tell us about the round 10 pairings, Nazi.
Let's take a look. We have Magnus Carlsen starting the round with Fabiano Caruana.
Let's call that our marquee matchup for the round 10.
Definitely. Richie Rapport will be playing Gukesh.
Nice.
Nepomniachtchi against Anand.
That will be a wonderful backup game in case we get a fizzle.
Saric against Firouzja, and Duda playing Lupulescu.
They have been fighting very hard. What are they fighting for?
They're fighting for a lot of money. There's a total of $175,000 in prizes, and the first place winner is going to win $40,000. Second place, $30,000. Third, $25,000.
A nice prize fund all the way down to 10th and final place of $7,000. I guess the players are all fighting for second. And as far as those GCT points are concerned, I think 13 of them are going to disappear into Magnus Carlsen's account, but because he's the wild card, it won't matter at the final for the Grand Chess Tour points. And as we get ready for the opening ceremony, we do expect some ceremonial first moves from, well, illustrious guests. You just have to see who shows up. As we see Richie coming into the playing hall, playing against Gukesh. Richie, I saw in Miro's opening remarks there, he's actually gained some nice rating points. Miro, for this event thus far?
Right, and well, once again, they say Richie Rapport is, well, of course, very talented, very good player, but not as stable, right? But yeah, I wish I could be unstable, having like good and bad results and still be hovering around 27-50. No, outstanding player indeed.
Absolutely.
And we're saying that Alireza Firouzja is having a very good blitz tournament.
Indeed, he comes into the event as the world's #1. He gains a fraction of a rating point for his Day 4 performance. And he finds himself 4.5 points behind the leaders, and he's playing like he's the world's #1. He's like, what's going on? He's waking up in some parallel universe where he's being overtaken, as we see Jan-Krzysztof Duda entering the playing hall.
No matter how well you play, Magnus is still playing better.
Exactly. It's crazy. We have this in chess, online chess. You play an opponent, you play a lot of blitz games against one another, and if you win 10 in a row, you adopted your opponent. Well, Magnus has won 11 in a row. He's adopted the tournament. You need a really big house. The whole tournament comes and lives with you. Miro, I reach in my mind for outstanding results like this. I remember Ivanchuk winning a open event with something like a 9-0 score. I think it was not the Barclays, Lloyd's Bank or something. There was a tournament in London where he did outstanding. But just watching it is it's amazing.
Right, yes. I think even, well, maybe it's a little bit, bold to state, but when Robert Fischer won the US Championship with perfect score, right?
Yep.
Still, we can argue that the opposition wasn't as tough.
Not even close. These are the world's greatest players. Nobody will argue that the US Championship featured anywhere other than one player in the top 10. Bobby?
And we have guests arriving to make the ceremonial first move.
I don't know if this is Marin Marusic?
Yes, he's
Yes.
the county manager for SuperUnited. Oh, sorry.
President of the organization. But you were so close. You nearly had it. But on my sheet,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah.
It's listed as the country manager. No, he's the president. And here, of course, is Michael Kordakovsky, the executive director of the Grand Chess Tour. Michael has served this function, I think, from the very start of the Grand Chess Tour.
This is Borna Koric, Croatian professional tennis player.
The man bun.
I could have guessed he was a tennis player. He looks like one.
He fit, yeah? Okay. What do you think the mindset of Magnus might be at this moment? He's just won 11 games in a row. 11.
I can't even imagine.
Right? And now he's playing Fabi, who's world's number 4 by Blitz, right? And who's been world's number 2 for a number of years in Classic. Oops, I take back the move. And you're
He switched the
expecting to
move.
win.
He's playing c4 first move.
English, and will we see e5? And yeah, remember in the Rapids, e4, they had that knight a5 business
Right.
that Fabi did. And Fabi won in the Rapids. Okay, they're playing the
And I remember Fabi
traditional-
saying that prep was from 2018.
Yes, exactly. I caught that too. The World Championship match, still using ideas from that World Championship match.
Yeah, I heard that from Fabi that a lot of the prep that goes into the World Championship match,
Yep.
they don't get to use it during the match.
Absolutely, no, just a fraction, in fact, of what they had prepared. So this whole line with Bishop c5, really, it's an old line, but it was popularized, this move Bishop c5, by Alexander Grishuk early. Before that time, before Grishuk made Bishop c5 popular, for example, Bishop g2 had this position numerous times as white, including against Michael Tal, and everybody, and I mean everybody, made the retreat knight b6, and we continued from here. But Grishuk made the move Bishop c5 popular, and if you don't have to retreat the knight, then, well, it makes perfect sense. Knight c4 does intimate, I am prepared to play Bishop takes c6, followed by Knight takes e5, do something about it, and that's why we understand the move Rook e8 by Fabi.
And I think so far they're following this game Carlsen against Wesley So from 2 years ago.
2 years ago. In Zagreb, or where was that
Not
played?
sure.
We're not sure. Okay.
But Bishop c6 was a new move. Before that, Magnus played b3 in that last game.
So exactly in this position after rook e8, b2, b3, that looks highly normal, I would say, as your fianchetto. Bishop takes c6, giving up your best minor piece just to double the pawns. What do you think about them apples, Nasi? Something that you're attracted to?
I'm not familiar with the English opening, but white looks good to me.
Okay.
It's like a long-term advantage, right?
Queen
As long as I don't get
d5.
checkmated on the
Right.
diagonal.
True that. Queen d5, bishop h5, but just for double pawns, you're giving up the two bishops, and wow, I find that's a remarkable decision. I love, by the way, bringing the queen back into the center, posting up with queen d5. Bishop h3
Which we
included.
have on the board now. Queen's on d5.
Right. I'm not 100% sure the bishop is perfect here. Queen d5 would have likely provoked an f2, f3 anyway. Now the follow-up for black, that's the question.
Should he do the rover, rook e6?
Where are you going? Just putting it over there, right? Getting it close to the
h5,
action.
h4.
I'm a little bit more attracted to f5, f4. I would love for you to undouble my pawns. Any captures on b6, which open up my rook, I would accept that with open arms.
Miro, do you have any ideas here for black?
Well, rook e6 is one of the suggestions. Interestingly, computer prefers white. Well, just a tiny bit, but still insists on white being slightly better. Perhaps queen d5 wasn't the best, and computer goes for rook e6 immediately, even though it's not evident what the threat is. Perhaps you just go to g6 and push the h-pawn later. So there is nothing immediately, but kind of some long-term initiative, and also rook on e6 does a good job of protecting the c6 pawn.
Fabi has captured a pawn. He's traded on e3, bishop takes e3, knight takes e3, and
Oh, wow.
took the
Queen
pawn.
takes a2.
Queen takes a2, inviting rook takes c6, queen takes b2, pardon me. Queen takes b2, you can take and take, but then black will have a passed a pawn. We saw queen c2, and we caught up with the player's rook.
But yes, sir, would you
e8.
be worried about that bishop on h3
I
getting
would.
trapped with
That-
g4
yeah,
at some point?
Indeed, I would. That was why I kind of questioned whether I needed to put my bishop on h3. For the moment, okay, well, rook takes b2 is rather serious. Question is, can I? Oh, that was not the question I expected. The question I was going to ask is, can I take on a6, c6? In that case, you'd have to take with the queen and not the rook, because the rook on a8 is hanging. Knight c4 defends the pawn, hits e5, prepares the move rook a1. And that's a bit of a relief,
Yeah.
bishop e6. Now, queen takes, rook takes.
Now Fabi doesn't have to worry about losing his bishop on h3.
That's a good thing. Rook takes b2, knight takes c6. The point, however, is think of the majority that white has. He's got these very nice 5 pawns on the center king side versus these 2 passers that will be on split on c7 and a7. Feels like a nice, something that Magnus can certainly work with as Magnus prepares ideas of king f2, rook a6.
I would really want to push my central pawns d and e far, but because black's rook is on the second rank, that doesn't look that attractive.
Exactly. I'm also thinking to keep those pawns on e2 and d3. First, I would love I want to maintain the knight and bishop tension. I'd love to be able to post my rook on the a file and play king f2. So first of all, not allowing the trade, right, of knight versus bishop. If I lose the knight for the bishop, the 4-rook ending, I think, is a draw. If I'm in Magnus's mindset, I'm playing for a win,
Did
right?
Fabi just sack the pawn on c7?
He did. Why? That's a different question. But Magnus said, I'll take it. Let's see what you got. Now, do you go for rook c8 and rook
I
c2, or
see.
do you go rook a7 and put your faith?
Maybe you can do both, rook c8, a4, and then go rook c2.
Okay, that's fair. So rook c8, knight d5, a4, king f2, and I'll meet rook c2 with knight e3. Okay, so I'm
We do
expecting
have
king f2.
rook c8 and a4 on the board.
Right? It's time for king f2 because you kind of want to make sure this guy is overly protected.
By the way, they're playing so fast, but already
Right.
Fabi only has a minute and a half left.
And it feels
Yeah.
like there's been no real long things. I'll put it like that. But king f2, and Miro jump in here. It's an extra pawn for white, but you can certainly say that black has his counter chances.
Well, computer fancies white anyway. Knight e3 or king f2, both being good moves.
Knight
Slightly
E3.
less than the pawn in white's favor. So, well, you could say that black has some counterplay.
Exactly.
Once again, we don't know how much of a counterplay that is. King f2.
Okay, that move, funnily enough, for me, that move was actually required, right? It fits the needs of the position. But it was the longest think of the game for her.
Yes. And we have our first result. Duda has won his game against Lupulescu.
Nice way for my pick of the tournament to start the day. Knight e3. So he's got both king f2 and knight e3 on the board. Now the bishop is actually dominating the knight in some measure, in the sense that no more knight c4 and the two good squares are being covered. Now this rook kind of perturbs me, but if I play a move like rook here,
That looks like a good move.
trade. Yeah, I just want to make sure that I keep the A pawn under lock and key, right? The criminal. You don't want it to escape. And there we go. So the knight c4. Okay, that's a bit of a surprise. A3? Oh, geez.
Okay, one.
No, I was about to say A3. The knight was on E3 a moment
Right.
ago, and A4 would have been met by captures and knight C2. So I had this temporary thought that A3 was a blunder. King up.
So
Makes
now if they
sense.
went into the rook ending,
I think it's a draw with that
Is-
passed A pawn.
but white king is so close to taking it.
Yeah, but at some moment, the rook.
Black will take either one of the pawns
Yes,
on the king side.
exactly. So A2. Now the question is, will he give up his bishop? No, he doesn't.
Oh,
He wants to ensnare the rook.
Yeah.
But I'll always be able to play knight d2. I don't think this was a good move. I think king to d4 and king to c3 is going to question whether or not you want your bishop here
But when you play knight e2, I can play rook b8.
and keep it.
Keep it on
By
b1.
the
yes.
way, we have another breaking result, another victory
For Firouzja.
for Firouzja.
Yeah, he has defeated Saric.
I understand what you're saying. So when the bishop, if the bishop was here, the rook would defend the bishop.
Right,
Okay,
but now
check.
it's hard to get the bishop on b1. Are we
And
going to
king-
see the repetition if king f2, rook a8, king e3? We are
King
seeing it
F2.
now, but Magnus, of course, trying to
Because-
play for more.
The
But
question,
does he actually have it?
right? Not when I'm looking at this very, very passive. Oh, he does have, pardon me, he does have a different idea. He puts his knight on c3 so that the bishop on b1,
Right, but
I will
bishop
play
can
rook
go
a2.
to b3. And then maybe king d2, king c1, king b2 is the idea?
Yes. So, yes, exactly. Whoa, whoa, whoa. F5 invites knight c3. The bishop will have, as you say, to go to b3. Also, king d2.
King d2 is interesting. Oh, and the big news, Vichy has defeated Nepo.
Ooh,
Nepo is sharing second coming into this day.
right. Well, again, we congratulate Magnus on his winning the exhibition. And
Now everyone else is playing for the second place.
okay, so they did get this rook ending that we've been discussing. King b3, of course.
Now, question is, what about the pawn ending? If king e5, I guess we're not going to see that, but maybe pawn ending was interesting too. Like king e5, rook a2, exchange, and king d4.
I see.
I'm down 2 pawns, but my king is very close.
Very, very fast. That would have been interesting.
Yeah.
That was why I thought maybe king b2 and rook. Yeah.
But
Okay.
with this time control, 10 seconds for Fabi, he doesn't have time to calculate the pawn ending until the end.
No, he doesn't. And by the way, king e6, king
Magnus
d6.
is not rushing to take the a2 pawn.
But you're going to have to play f4. We're going to play rook
F5.
check and king to d5. Rook check and king to d5. This looks like a very simple draw to my eyes, Miro. How do you feel about it for Fabi?
Well, I do have a bit more
And
information
a draw
than you have.
agreed. A draw
Right, it's a draw.
agreed. Let's jump to that one game that's remaining. It's the game of Richie and Gukesh. We have our apologies to the players, but it has been the Magnus Carlsen show that we've been watching.
Looks like a fortress. Every file is closed.
Yes, and the knight on e6 is a beautiful blockader. In fact,
But they both have 5 seconds.
they're playing on increment. I kind of like Gukesh's position. If you can bring your king, I was about to say, to the d5 square.
I was going to ask, so is Black the one playing for more?
I think so.
With
although-
ideas to...
Although with no time on the clock, it's easy for us to say that he's playing. I mean, he's under pressure.
But which side should he be playing on? Oh, there we go. We have an answer. He's playing b5.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
But he's losing pawns.
Yeah, I was about to say, didn't he just shed the a5 pawn as well? So we can capture and play knight g5. Now it's clearly Richie who's playing for the win. Wait a minute. Why did I give up the pawn? Oh, there was knight a5 check. Apologies.
I see.
Apologies. It's
Yeah,
still
sometimes that happens when you're trying to push and win. Sometimes you overpush, and that's what we have here. But what about this knight endgame? Is it really lost?
Yeah, I'm sure
Or-
it's winning for white.
But white's king is on the king side, and b3 pawn is quite weak.
I was expecting the king to march over to the queen side. First of all, just let's get rid of the blockader. Knight.
This is such a delicate endgame and needs precise
And-
calculation.
And you do it all in seconds.
Yeah, players are playing intuitively.
Now I feel it's closer to a draw that Gukesh has managed to pick up that pawn on b3, and his king is so...
Oh, knight b6.
Oh, that's a visual, right? You gotta back off.
And
Your knight will go back to e5, so that will trap, well, or keep
I
the
think
knight on
they
e7.
might repeat the moves now. Which is still trying. But all black pawns are pretty safe, so it's hard to
Imagine white
make
maybe
any progress now.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
oh,
he's-
c4.
But
Position
isn't
keeps changing.
d3?
What?
Oh no, he didn't. Okay.
I'm more worried about the d pawn now than the e pawn.
Absolutely, I would say that that's by far the more dangerous.
This looks winning now for black. King just goes to the king side and picks up all the pawns, or
That's a harvest.
king e2.
King f3 and
But why not king e2 or d3? Well, the answer is because players are playing with 3 seconds on the clock.
exactly.
He's still
Okay.
looking good for Gukesh. Extra pawn.
G5. Check, but G5.
King g4, knight.
Because there is that move. You've got to make sure that your knight will be able to, how do you say, sacrifice itself. King f7? That is
So
a
he should put the
repetition.
knight, on g8. He couldn't put it on c6 because knight e5 was forcing.
But what is Richie
trade.
doing? Richie's trying to lose this game. For a moment there, I thought he had an easy draw just by, perpetually attacking the knight.
Yeah, now black is winning.
Exactly. He overpressed his hand on that one, and
The audience seems to love it.
well, when you make 4 decisive games out of 5, almost, I think they've been playing at about a 60% decisive rate.
Yeah.
There have been some great games. Well, let's jump to Croatia with a special guest.
Thanks, Yasser. We are here with the Executive Director of the Grand Chess Tour, Mr. Michael Khodorkovsky. Michael, first of all, welcome back to the show. We've been having a lot of fun in this tournament, and I have to say, it's been the Magnus show so far.
It is indeed, Chris. Actually, this is the last tournament in our European tour, and it's very exciting because Magnus yesterday actually demonstrated phenomenal performance. Hard to repeat, even to Magnus, right? But he does exceptionally well. As you could see, he didn't do that well in Rapid, the same as in Warsaw, in previous tournament. But this time he did a little bit better because the gap between him and the leader in Warsaw was much bigger. Here, it was just a walk in the park for him.
Would you call it historical, 9 out of 9? If you count the 2 Rapid games, it's 11 out of 11.
Correct. Yeah, I believe, it is historical, but I believe that even 9 out of 9, it's hard to find. Maybe, when Fischer won US Championship with perfect score, that's the only comparison. But again, it was classical chess. This is Blitz. In Blitz, you can have any single error and you're out.
What is it about the Grand Chess Tour that incentivizes this type of performances? We've seen that in the Singfield Cup as well with Fabiano. Now we see it with Magnus.
But Fabiano did 7-0, right?
Yeah.
In a row, and it was also phenomenal, and nobody, as of today, could repeat, right?
Yes.
So it's very difficult to win in a row so many games. I believe Kasparov won once like 5 in a row, but not 7 or not 9, right? So it is a phenomenal performance, and it's absolutely stunning to see this, and the audience was ecstatic. And even Carlsen himself demonstrated how excited he was. He almost was dancing when he was out of stage.
He was indeed. Michael, whenever you come on the show, you always give us good news. Do you have any good news for us today?
You know that I always working hard to bring some new tournaments for Grand Chess Tour, and right now very close to get one more European stop in Western Europe. So it's already in works, but it would be a teaser, so everybody can wait a little bit. But I believe in a couple of months we will have already full schedule for Grand Chess Tour 2024.
That's a great teaser, and we're looking forward to hear more about that. We do have a couple more stops. Let's actually take a look at those couple of stops coming up. As you were mentioning, the European Tour is over. We're going straight to St. Louis in November. Very excited about this one.
Yes, it would be very exciting, and I'm sure we will see many interesting games, big fights, and I don't know whether it would be new winner of the Grand Chess Tour, or it would be repetition of 2022. We'll see how Alireza will do.
Michael, thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for the news, and we'll see you around.
Sure, thank you.
Guys, back.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Michael. Let me get in the commercial word before I forget it. We're going to check in with our friends at Q Boutique for a moment and just tell you what their special of the day is. It's going to be a St. Louis Chess Club stainless steel tumbler. Show your love for the St. Louis Chess Club with the stainless steel travel tumbler. Features the Chess Club's logo printed on the front. A vacuum-sealed inner wall keeps your drinks warm or cold for hours. And the included lid with its open or closed position helps prevent spillage of your favorite drink. Very important. It's a perfect gift for all seasons and beverage enthusiasts alike. Who wrote this copy? Available in stores at theqboutiquestlouis.com. Well, thank you. And our standings, Nazi, after round 10. Magnus gets dinged for a draw right out of the gate.
Yes, but he still remains the 3-point lead. So Magnus in the first place, and now there's no more tie for the second. Fabiano is in the clear second because Jan just lost his game against Anand. So Jan remains in the third place, Firouzja in the clear fourth, and the rest of the field kind of falling behind.
Exactly. Miro, did Magnus have any opportunity in this first game?
Well, he had. And as much as I'm happy for Fabi, who was my pick, when we were picking the winners, right? And it's also very important for Fabi in terms of GCT points. But, for whatever reason, you want this Magnus's streak to continue, and he had very good opportunity to do so. Surprisingly, nothing was for white in the end game, but this position, move 18, right? Fabi just played rook e to b8, which happens to be a mistake and not an obvious one, because the move for white was g3, g4. Trapping the bishop, and well, that's logical, but how about rook takes b2? And it turns out that queen c6 with a tempo is a very important move, and hence Fabi had to play with the other rook, but that once again, how would you know? So queen takes c6, the rook is attacked, rook goes to d8 or f8, it's not so important. And then, despite all pieces being on the board, king marches to win the bishop. So king f2, and you cannot stop king g3, and white is just winning. And later on, there was nothing much really. So Fabi, from this little moment, he played close to perfect, and a draw was a fair result. There've been another couple of very interesting games, like Firouzja continuing his pursuit. I don't know if he's going to catch Magnus, seems unlikely, but at least he's gotten closer to the second place. So his game against Ivan Saric, it was a Sicilian, and let me see, somewhere around this point. So you can guess. I mean, there were opposite castles, there were attacks on the king, but not so much from white's side. Firouzja somehow managed to block the king side, so there was not much of an attack. And Saric's king, well, there is a lot of threats of knight takes b3 specifically, and he couldn't find anything better but to take on d6, and it turns out it doesn't really help. So he took with the queen, bishop takes b3 anyway, and yeah, it's not much you can do. So Firouzja wins with a direct attack, comes closer to the pedestal, and there was one more game which caught my eye, Jan Nepomniachtchi against Vishy Anand, and that's, Vishy's back. If we recall yesterday, last couple of rounds, it felt like Vishy's tired, Vishy's losing it in terms of results, and also, the way he was playing, and now he's back. He managed to get back in form. And what's interesting about this one, it was open variation of the Ruy Lopez, where black captures on e4. And we'll not go too much into detail, but up to this point, with bishop c2 and d4 and this, all that was played, believe it or not, among the others in Nepo's game. So I don't know if it was a specific preparation. I don't know if you really prepare against your opponent in Blitz, but yeah, Vishy apparently had everything prepared. And here, after queen c2, we have two games. Bishop d5, we still have two games. And Nepo was the only high-rated player who played it. B takes c3 was the strong move, after which white still fights for an advantage. And this simplistic one, takes queen c3, what happened in the game, turns out that black has a very, very promising move, knight d4. So knight takes, bishop takes, white, quote-unquote, wins the pawn, just to realize that after the castle, you can't really develop your pieces. You have to give the pawn back, after which black is better, and Vishy went on to win this one.
Thank you, Miro. Very, very nice indeed. Interesting round with 4 decisive games, 1 draw. But let's take a look at the pairings of the round coming up, round 11.
It's going to be an exciting round. We have Duda playing Magnus Carlsen.
My pick. Go Jan.
Lupulescu playing Ivan Saric. Firouzja against Nepomniachtchi.
That promises to be a very exciting game. That'll be our backup because it has been the Magnus Carlsen show.
Anand against Rapport and Gukesh Caruana.
Also, great game, Gukesh versus Fabi, as Gukesh just won to start the event. For Fabi, I want to say that draw could be very crucial. It has given him a clear second and maybe a lot of confidence as well.
As being the first player to stop Magnus.
Precisely. Okay.
Oh, we see an interesting opening. D4, G6.
An invitation to the Perk defense. And Duda has accepted the challenge and played E4, D7, D6.
And in Poland, we saw these two playing the last round of the Blitz, where Duda was just 1 point behind Magnus, and he could have caught him and then gone into playoffs.
Right, it was
a very
that close.
exciting game.
When I have been black, we used to call this variation the rat in the Pacific Northwest, and I would play it with A7, A6, B7, B5, and I would keep my bishop still on F8. I would say that the move bishop F8 to G7 I could play when I needed it, and I was more interested in playing knight to D7 and C5 and saving the tempo. The move F2, F3, you kind of ask yourself, is the bishop great on B7? And I don't think the answer is yes. From
Also,
what?
question
Yes,
for you.
please.
Were you playing this in the classical with black?
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
Oh,
Okay.
yes. Oh, yes.
Because we don't see it as much in classical anymore.
No. I mean, the Perk defense, like so many of the openings and defenses, it goes through these fashion changes. And today, the Berlin and the Petrov and the Joko piano, they dominate. But now I'm seeing a little Sicilians creeping in more.
Which is really good, like exciting.
It's a relief, right?
We're happy to see it.
Exactly, King B1. Okay, so now Magnus has kind of committed himself. When you play knight to G8 to F6, when the bishop's coming to H6, you're kind of committing yourself to getting out of dodge castles long, and that's with C5, because you don't really want to go short. White's attack with H4, H5, in the words of Bobby Fischer, sack, sack, mate.
So do you think Magnus should play H5 here himself or allow
Yes.
White? Okay.
Yes, I do. H5 and or H6, actually. I do think that you don't want to see White just happily, going up the board.
But if Black plays H5, but he didn't, I was
Yeah.
going to say, then there's usually G4, pawn sacrifice to open things up.
And as well as the square G5 to plant on.
We might see G4 now anyways.
One of the most celebrated games ever, Garry Kasparov versus Topalov from Bulgaria, the Pearl of Icon-Z. He played bishop E3 to H6 and not playing H4 did Garry Kasparov because of the move H6. Queen F2, G4. Okay, an indication that White has been slowed down by H6.
I think Magnus is bluffing with the short castle. I think he's going long.
I think so too. I think the move E7, E6 is designed to allow the queen to come to E7. It's not been easy for Black to play the move C7, C5, especially with the queen on F2 lined up to prevent that move. So queen E7 and castle's long. But now that you've got H6 and G6, once you play G5, I play H5. Once you play H5, I play G5. You kind of bypass.
H5 looks attractive because after G5, I can follow up with F4.
Agreed. I like that too, Nazi.
And if you're castle long, I guess you could deal with that with F6? Or is that creating too many holes in the position?
I'll have to see it. By the way, the move bishop G2 does invite knight C4. And that's a kind of a move that you feel really good about getting in because it's going to provoke the bishop to come back to C1. And it does mean that, well, it's going to have a Sicilian flavor once I get in the move C7, C5 bishop.
Unless
C1.
Magnus chooses to just play Queen E7 and long castle, which is still an option.
Agreed. Miro, a lot of toing and froing, all 16 pawns on the board. It's still not easy to make a judgment as to who's playing for an advantage.
Well, right you are, Yasser. Move 11 was a novelty, in fact. So before that, even though the position is not very common, you can still find, well, a dozen of games in the database. Queen f2 was a new move. e6, knight fd7, all kind of confirmed by the engine, but you guess right, white is better. And then bishop g2 is an unlucky move, after which it looks like Magnus is taking over. So c5 is correct in the most principle, knight e2, takes, and queen to b6. And exactly as you've mentioned, black all of a sudden has a very appealing Sicilian on the board, right?
Agreed.
I mean, by Sicilian standards, white was doing something really strange.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with knight on h3, bishop on g2, and again, this knight on c4, very handsome devil there, you know, nicely positioned against the white king. Rook h1 to e1. I was about to say that it's unfortunate for us the knight on h3 defends the queen. e6, e5 is not a threat because the knight can move.
This moment might be the moment of truth. Short castle or long castle?
Yeah, at a certain moment you just have to declare what you're going to do with the king. I'd probably go short at this point because I don't believe that white's attack after h5, g5, knight takes g5 is going to work.
However, you can castle long and still attack on the queen side. You can attack in your king on b8 or a8 and still continue with Sicilian type of attack on the queen side.
b5, b4 by Magnus. A kind of indication that he might be looking to play the move knight a3 check.
I think that would be a threat if queen on f2 was not defended.
Agreed. But that move, I saw Duda's reaction to the move. He made a grimace.
Makes you nervous.
Yeah, like, okay, that wasn't. You know, when you put your bishop on g2, you better be playing f4, f5, or f4, e5 to make this bishop come alive. If not, it's time to get rid of that knight. I would start to get nervous. Bishop f1 takes c4 or f4. I mean, and clock times, Nazi?
Duda's down to 1 minute and 22 seconds, and Magnus has 2.5 minutes.
Okay.
So, yeah, dealing with this position with 1 minute on the clock, not
easy. Not easy. Knight b3.
Explains why Duda's offering a queen trade, to make it easier for him to play.
But by the way, if I'm in Magnus' shoes, this is a real relief because it means that I can leave my king in the center. And in fact, the king in the center defending d6 is going to be a very happy camper, impossible to kick the king away. And also, again, you've heard me mention, and that's a handsome knight.
And black pieces are definitely more active. It's just that white doesn't really have any weaknesses, so it should still be equal. No?
I always think in terms of who's it easier to play. And these last moves indicate to me that a5, a4 was a serious concern, also including the move rook on h8 to c8 with that attack. So for me, it's easier to play with black.
I would definitely agree with that, but white should be able to, objectively should be equal.
Yeah, again, if you were asked me what the weaknesses are, well, f3 is a potential weakness. The knight will one day land on e5. But you're right. I mean, it's not like white has anything terribly going for him. By the way, big trade.
I don't know. Now I think
Because
I definitely like black. So we have bishop versus knight.
Right.
Open c file. Rook has an outpost on c3.
That's a big
Going
outpost.
directly after the weakness on f3.
It's a fortunately, I can meet rook c3 with knight to d3 just to block the threat of rook takes f3, but it's not. It's like kind of temporary. The knight is on d3. By the way, I'm getting a report that Richie and Vishy
Have drawn their
have
game.
drawn their game. Okay. Rook c3, good move. I like this. I mean, you got to, in chess, you have to kick back. You can't just, hold and hold and hold and hold, but you have to remind your opponent that you're in the game as well. And I like this move, rook on e1 to a1, as it does prepare the move a3 and counterplay. You want to have fun too. You want to put your rook on a7. So I like this move.
I think that was probably the best idea for white to play 3. Otherwise,
For the whole game?
yeah,
And a little grimace and growl there from Magnus, as Magnus says, yeah, that's a good move. I should have taken that into account. Miro, how does the engines evaluate the current moment?
Well, currently it's roughly equal. It was preferable for black just a few moves ago.
Right.
But yeah, rook a1 seems to be a good move.
Truly. Bishop a6. Well, better follow it up with a3 now.
immediately before it's too late.
Yeah, exactly. And we do have a trade. Well, giving up the bishop for the knight, that imbalance.
Again, black has slightly better position. We have more active rooks, but it's just not enough in the rook ending to win the game.
Well, for me, the question is, can I, including the move g5, could I worm my king to the f4 square, go
when you play-
like g5, king f6?
Oh, okay, because if you start with king f6, I think I'll face that with f4.
That was what I was thinking.
So you
That
start
maybe
with g5.
maybe
Interesting.
I go g5, and again, if I ever get my king, by the way, just as I was suggesting that king to f6 to e5 might be on black's agenda,
I
f4.
wouldn't do that to play d4 now, just to have 5 pawns in a row right next to each other.
Ah, the old 5-pawn attack. Yeah, I remember
It
it
looks
well.
good though, d4 and then e5.
Right.
It actually looks good.
He went with e5. Now this move h5 would be a great move if you had a knight that you could plant on the f5 square. For the moment, I don't see. Oh, Duda.
You were expecting g5, right?
I sure was. I sure thought that Duda was going to keep the king side closed, but with the captures, he
Duda's down to 5 seconds. Magnus 20
And-
seconds. This is equal, but there's still tricks in the position.
There sure is, and this trading the h5 pawn for the f4 pawn, I have to feel that's the black's edge.
Magnus also has a4 option. You don't have to take f4. He could take the b3 pawn.
He's reaching for the a pawn. He was about to play a4, thought a little bit better of it. Nope.
And he went for a4.
Duda reached and quickly played f5.
So equal material, right? Pawns are equal.
Yes. Still feels like a draw is the most likely outcome.
Oh wow, big upset as Gukesh defeated Fabiano, and he's on a roll.
Wow.
2 out of 2 for Gukesh today.
Nice start for the day, no question about that. a3, rook a6, a2, what? a2? Okay, now it's 2 versus 2. This should
Yeah,
be just
this should be-
a draw in the offing.
Rook f6, king e4. Now 1 against 1. Yeah, this should be. This will be
Slide.
agreed to a draw very soon.
Well,
So-
with these draws to start the game, the fight for second becomes much more intense. But that,
As Nepo just won his game against Firouzja. Big win for Nepo.
yes, especially after the loss. Do we have? No, that's all of our results. 2 decisive games, 3 draws. Fill in the gaps for us, Miro, after we focused on the game of Duda and Magnus.
Well, Fabi could have easily won his game, and well, it was just a tactical oversight in completely winning position that led to his defeat. So it was quite a tense opening. Fabi managed to outplay Gukesh. That's position after move 27 we are talking about, where Gukesh went for d4, d5. Rather speculative pawn sacrifice. He, according to an engine, once again, he should have just kept the position, kept the tension, but easier said than done when you're playing blitz, right? So the whole point is that you sacrifice the pawn, you have to spend the tempo on rook e3, but you are looking to play e5, e6, open some files. The knight possibly gets to d5, to f5, which is important later. Right, but it turns out it doesn't work tactically, and up to the point, okay, I'll be moving fast forward, up to the point Fabi was playing perfectly. e6, yes, okay, f6, just block everything, here, and b3, and you've said A, just say B. So b2 would have won a game for Fabi. And rook c8, somewhat careless. Yes, he wants to swap the queen so the king is safe, but check and queen h5, and all of a sudden you cannot really stop a checkmate. So it was just a one-move blunder, and Fabi, instead of winning and catching up a little bit with Carlsen, well, securing your second spot. And now, after Fabi lost, it's Nepo who's in a clear second position.
They leapfrogged one another. In fact, let's go to Croatia and get an insider's perspective. Cristian.
Well, let's analyze the last couple of games that you guys didn't catch, and I'm going to start with the game between Lupulescu and Ivan Saric. And I have to say, Lupulescu was so close to finally getting his first victory, but he didn't. Let's take a look at what happened. He played this move h3 in the King's Indian. Once again, Ivan is showing a very aggressive stance. Obviously, he wants to win as well. He wants to maybe perhaps try to catch up with all the other players. Lupulescu is also looking for his first victory of the tournament. Take on c6. Take on e5, a very nice move by Lupulescu, transitioning into an endgame with a pawn up. There is some compensation for black, obviously due to the activity of the pieces. Take a look at this, the knight coming with tempo on b4, then the bishop comes with tempo. But Lupulescu is doing a great job of locking everything up. Rook to d3, it looks good, it's not good, because it allows this very nice transition. You are giving back the pawn. In fact, you're giving up an exchange as well. But right now, you're just winning because of this knight on c5. Beautiful knight on c5. And after the transition, the rook invades, the bishop on c8 is absolutely
He didn't win this position.
This is +5. And
yes.
unfortunately for him, he didn't win. Take a look at this. It was a transition into a 2 pawns endgame. Extra 2 pawns endgame for white, for Lupulescu in this one. And I'm going to fast forward to the last final moment. He got everything done, he pushed his pawns, and right now he only needs to find this move, e5,
Wow,
that
E5.
finishes the game.
That's really cool, because bishop e5, knight f7, right?
Exactly.
And then you push the pawn to g7.
And then you just take the piece, right?
And if the king takes, you close this diagonal. Wow, that's a very nice move, yes, e5.
And if you refuse the sacrifice, then I just push my king, and this is just going to be over.
Wow.
Big missed opportunity for Lupulescu. What were you having your eyes on?
I was checking the game between Alireza, Firouzja and Jan Nepomniachtchi, and I must tell you that Jan played a very, very nice game. It started with English opening, but it was very tricky actually. I like this move of Jan somewhere here. When he played knight c4, you know, the idea is to take on b2 and then to play knight a4. Yes, what a nice trick. Yes, at the opening. So, and after b3, knight d6, look at this, knight d4 looks like a logical move. Yes, you just put your knight at the center. But believe it or not, after c6, black is actually much better.
Yes,
so what happened in the game actually just led to the position which was really worse for white. Instead of this, Alireza could have played something like e4 and then maybe push e5 or take on d5. But what happened in the game, he took on c6, and look what, e5 and both pieces are hanging. There were still some tricks, but actually Jan, it seemed like calculated all of it, and I mean, after a few moves, you can just understand what happened. This bishop is still on f1, pieces are not developed, and black pieces are really good. He has 2 bishops, and after a few moves, it became clear that position is really dead for white.
I love to see some Grunfeld representation in this tournament. We haven't seen much, and this is a successful display of what the Grunfeld can do.
Yeah, so the position was already -5 in favor of Jan, and he managed to win it without any problems.
He's a pawn down in this position, but it is
the position is
-5.
absolutely winning. Yes, you can
Beautiful.
see what's going on.
Let's take a look at the standings as we enter round 3 of today's rounds. Of course, still leading is Magnus Carlsen, still a 3 points advantage. Fabiano, slow down. That was a very difficult defeat against Gukesh, as Miro showed, and Nepo is keeping pace right now in second position, important second position, because we know right now, to be honest, these players are fighting for second position. Magnus is too far right
You see
now.
how critical this game was for the standings. In Nepo won and Alireza is on the 4th position right now because of that game as well.
Yes.
So Vichy Anand managed to catch up a little bit with the leaders. Yes, so he's on the 5th position. Better day for him today. Great.
Absolutely.
I'm happy.
Absolutely.
to see
Yesterday
this.
was so difficult.
Yes.
Right. Today, a better day for Vichy, but we are coming shortly with a round 4 of today's rounds. We're going to go on a short commercial break, and we'll be back shortly.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
The Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of Chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Viswanathan. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. After 2 rounds of Blitz, or 11 if you prefer, these are our standings, Nazi.
Magnus Carlsen, of course, still in the lead, but things have changed for the second place. Now Nepomniachtchi is in clear second, and Fabiano is in third.
Pole vaulting over one another. Alireza, 16.5 points. He's in the mix as well. Tell us about the pairings for this upcoming round 12.
Right, we have Carlsen playing Gukesh. By the way,
intriguing.
Gukesh just won 2 games in a row, so we'll see.
Interesting. Yeah, that's got to be our marquee matchup.
Caruana against Anand.
A brilliant backup.
Rapport against Firouzja.
Another brilliant backup, too, I might say.
And Nepo playing Lupulescu.
How many times am I going to say it?
And Saric against Duda.
Oh boy, exciting round 12 action coming up. Magnus Carlsen getting dinged for 2 draws, which goes to show how extraordinary was his result yesterday, going 9-0, because the 2 draws have actually been very well played games. I mean, and Miro, jump in with your thoughts on those 2 draws as well.
So I guess he can kick himself a bit against Fabi, right? But then the next one was, well, fairly fought, and he just couldn't do anything about Saric's defense. Right,
Duda's defense. Yeah.
My eyes are still on those 2, Fabi and Nepo. Who's going to take the second? Apparently, for Fabi, it matters more because he is well positioned in GCT standings. Right, he has played 1 event less, so that means very good chance for Fabi in GCT pursuit.
Exactly. Well, the winner of the Bucharest, the clear first winner, so he definitely looking very good there. But that fight for second, Nepo. I want to say.
Let's not count Firouzja.
Yeah, I was about to say, just a second. Firouzja is definitely in that mix as well. Everything to play for, as we have 7
games left.
7 games left. Yeah, so great stuff. Whew. And here, mentioning those GCT standings, Nazi, Wesley.
Wesley's in the lead, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda not far behind, but like Miro mentioned, Fabi has only played 1 event, so
exactly.
After today, this is going to change.
He's going to likely gain somewhere in the 10-point vicinity of 10 points, let's just say.
And Duda will also gain points, so we'll see. It's likely those 2 will overtake Wesley. Well, definitely they will, right?
Yes, exactly. Both Duda and Fabi in that graphic there. Okay. Just a little bit calm as we're getting ready for this round 12. Who is that at the board early?
It's Firouzja and Fabi sitting at their boards.
Okay.
And Fabi, I mean, that last game.
That loss to Gukesh, that's got to be very painful.
He was so close to winning, completely winning position, and just 1 blunder.
Well, it wasn't just the blunder. It was the strange part about the blunder. He's got two connected pass pawns. He's pushing his B pawn up the board. If he continues to go with the flow, and as Miro was showing us, if he continued to play B2, he wins.
Right.
Instead, he plays this move, rook C8, and in a single move, the table
Queen
is
H5
giant.
comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, knight F5 and queen H5. As Magnus looks to get back to his winning ways, I want to say, Miro. And he's playing the 17-year-old Gukesh. Probably in terms of the head-to-head, I don't expect that they played that often, if it just the Rapids, right?
Yeah, I hope we get
And
to see it, but I mean, Gukesh has been on this level for a year or two, so
Yes.
yeah, couldn't have been that many games yet.
Hearty hand
they're
clasp
off.
as they are off, d4, d5. And the Queen's Gambit accepted. Proud to say that it's really making a big comeback, I want to say, today in the world of top-level chess. Queen A4 check.
Is Magnus looking to transpose into Catalan later?
Some kinds of Catalan, right? So
I
that
didn't
after
know this was an option.
For sure. Knight d7, queen takes c4, and a7, a6, for sure. And there we go, knight d7. Now, you don't have to take on c4 right away. Like you say, a Catalan
G3.
with g3 is certainly fully playable here. One line I remember is g3, in this exact position, there's the move c6. You go queen takes c4, and then there's the move e5.
Wow.
And thanks to queen a5 check, you can pick up the pawn. So g3 may allow the c6 business.
So is the line after d takes e5, knight takes e5, or queen a5 check first? Knight e5.
Knight e5.
Otherwise, bishop d2.
Exactly, knight e5. And that is why queen takes c4 first. If you want to play a Catalan with g3, you want to see black playing e6.
That's not
bishop
what
g5.
Magnus is going for.
No, this looks like he's playing for more like a knight c3 and e4. c7, c5, I like this move, especially with the bishop on g5. It means that queen a5 check. If you play bishop d2, it's sort of like, ha, 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 ha. You moved your bishop twice. I'm so proud.
So this is still theory, right?
I think so.
There's some games in the database, but
Been a while. Been a while.
and
E3.
we have e3.
Now again, because you've played the move bishop g5, I do start to think, I hate being in pins. I think every chess player understands me very, very well when I say, being in pins is not a lot of fun. So I start to think about getting out of the pin. And if I can do it with a gain of tempo, I find myself very encouraged. Queen b6, and Gukesh just captured on d4, asking the question, do you want to recapture with a pawn, isolated queen pawn? You recapture with a knight, or if you go queen takes,
Yeah, I was going to say queen take looks.
bishop c5, that's a tempo.
Queen d3 maybe?
Yeah, but
And-
it's the tempo. You help me develop the tempo. One of my favorite things in chess is developing with the tempo. Don't you agree with me, Miro, that besides actually capturing your opponent's pieces, which is the best of all, taking your opponent's pieces off the board, developing pieces with the tempo always brought me great happiness.
Right you are. I think there is a specific one when you can see some position that you can get in the game, and then you have the opportunity to get the same one but with the tempo up, and this just stops your brain from working. You're going for it, right?
You're just so happy.
I can have the same position, sometimes a bad position, but with the tempo up.
It feels good. Queen a4, we still in theory, by the way?
Not anymore.
Not
Bishop
anymore.
g5 rare, e3 super rare.
Okay.
And yeah, after c takes d4 2 games, queen takes was never played.
Never played.
Queen a4 surprised me because after black castles, you're still leaving your queen under tempos, right? Knight b6 and so on.
Right. Castles, knight b6 is a possibility. Where did you like him to go? H4?
D3.
Or D3? queen to d3.
Bishop will go to e2, knight c3, and castle, rook d1.
Okay, I kind of feel, I'm always very happy when you retreat. You know, you can retreat to d3, you can retreat to d2.
But out of 10 moves, Magnus moved his queen 5 times already.
And that's not good.
Typically not.
No, don't fall in love with a piece to the detriment of everything else. Queen a4, queen c2 feels like Magnus is floundering just a little bit, hasn't found his rhythm.
You can only get away with this kind of play with the white pieces.
Yes.
Not with black.
Not with black. Because of bishop d3, castles, and knight a4, one day the knight is going to come to a4, forking the queen and bishop. Gukesh played the move bishop b4, just
What if
anticipating.
knight d5 now? Okay, he took right away.
Because he's looking for knight e4 as an option. Takes, sorry, Nazi.
Well, that was going to be my question, that black can separate white's queenside pawns, which
Split.
is... Yes.
Yeah, split the pawns, yeah.
Which is good for black.
Yes, definitely. And, you know, it's funny, even when the players are playing a position that's very unusual, they try to seek patterns that they're familiar with. The queen dropped back to c7 because we know when we're playing against the isolated pawn, b7, b6, bishop b7, queen c7 is very, very good. We're trying not to commit our pawn too early, whether it be with h6 or g6, trying to keep them intact on the king side, our pawn shield, I mean to say. b7, b6, if black manages to just put his bishop on the e4 square, all issues are solved.
Bishop f4 was interesting. I mean, provoking e5, but I think e5 is what something black wants to do anyways.
Not always with that. When the pawn is on e6, it means that we've got this kind of anchor square, and maybe there's, you know, the possibility that the pawn is more of a target on e5. After the move bishop f4, by the way, I guess he had to play e5. Queen c6 was the alternative. In any case, rook to d1. Quickly, Miro, who succeeded in the opening? Did black equalize? Did white maintain an edge?
Well, no edge for white whatsoever, starting from, you know, like move 6, move 7.
Right.
Compi is not happy with white's position. He still has the equality, though, despite, well, you know, if you'd ask me, not looking at the computer, I would start to prefer black, perhaps, somewhere around this point, but computer has it as equal.
Well, the question for me is, how are we going to be meeting queen f5? Because queen f5 basically starts to post up. Any trades of the c3 pawn for the e5 pawn, as white, I'm encouraged by. Whoa, bishop d3, that was not on my agenda.
By the way, I think queen f5 immediately was a mistake because of bishop e4.
Bishop e4. And yes, good point. Sorry, bishop e4. On this move, by the way, if you capture on c3, I capture on h7, and d7 is hanging. On a good day, the idea of posting with the bishop on f5, that becomes attractive. Clock time's a factor?
They're both under 2 minutes. Magnus has about 30 seconds more.
By the way, Magnus is encouraging bishop takes f3. He's thinking that after g takes f3, you can't get over there. Over there meaning, you know, on the king side.
Versus 2 knights looks like a long-term advantage. Oh, but Gukesh is going for it.
Right? I mean, you're always kind of thinking, if I do damage my opponent's king side structure, what's the result going to be? Now
But
it's a
how
time
do
for
we get
G.
out of that pin?
Exactly.
Oh, there we go. He just
Asked
moved
and
your rook.
answered. You moved the pin.
As simple as that. Sometimes, you know, simplest answers are the correct answers.
Exactly. In this case, he's got an outpost for his knight on c5. But I'm thinking the two bishops here, despite white's damaged pawn structure, the two bishops, this Miro looks very good for Magnus.
Well, still relatively equal according to the machine, f4 not being the most precise, but last move, queen b7, actually shifts it in white's favor, and after bishop h3, the move that Magnus played instantaneously, white is better and perhaps much better.
Well, that bishop, whoa, the bishop on g2, incredibly powerful, and now we have to walk into this pin, knight e4. Suddenly, I really don't like it anymore. Rook to d.
I think he has to play f5, and
he did. I mean, that's a move you play reluctantly, I must say. You're not eager to play a move like f5. Rook d1.
f3 would have won a pawn. f3 would have won a pawn.
Pawn alert? Well, he might be winning more than a pawn, no?
And now Gukesh is down to 15 seconds against Magnus's minute and a half.
Oh, then it's
big time trouble.
Yeah, it's dreadful now. The bishop is going to post itself on e5.
I think we can pin both knights at the moment with like queen b3.
I like queen b3. I also love posting up this bishop because I like this idea of f3. After I play f3,
f5 pawn.
Correct. That's what
that
it's all about. I never forget about that. Always count the little guys. f2, f3.
f3 is just, you don't want to make that move. You don't want to put the pawn in front of your amazing bishop.
True.
That's why Magnus is hesitating to play f3.
but it did win a pawn, even though you're right. It is an amazing bishop.
Rook c6.
Well, again, it just it has that feel that Magnus is taking over the game, but he still hasn't won anything. I mean, Gukesh is keeping everything defended for the time being.
Materially, it's even, but position-wise,
it's terrible. It feels like a dominating position for white. Again, I'm kind of drawn to f3, as is Magnus.
Now he plays it, but now we're not attacking pawn on f5 anymore.
Exactly. But knight f6, queen c2. No, he didn't. Bishop
By the way,
f1.
Nepo already won his game against Lupulescu, so he is securing his second place
Well done.
in the standings.
Yeah. Bishop f1. We were talking about the pawn being on f3, blocking the bishop. The bishop looking to play to c4. Magnus down to 30 seconds now.
Against 4 seconds.
And Gukesh.
Is bishop d6 just winning the piece now, or?
Feels good. He's done it.
Meanwhile, Duda Saric game was drawn.
Queen check, king f2.
His is not hanging. Wait.
We're threatening to capture it on f8. Once we capture on f8, that's...
But there's queen h2.
Okay,
that he doesn't want to allow.
Maybe in a good day you have a perpetual check, but I doubt...
Oh, rook c7 is very nice. Now it's...
Oh, and rook takes g7 check.
Yes. And he wins. Magnus is back on his winning streak.
Yes, he is. Well, let's jump to the game of Fabi and Vishy Anand.
We have an equal material, but bishop and the knight against 2 knights.
We just saw knight f4. Nice. Hitting d3.
Maybe black is
to be preferred.
Slightly better if he can get his queen on g6.
But wait a minute. Vishy just voluntarily stepped back.
Not much time on his clock. 9 seconds. So I think he's just trying to make solid moves and not blunder anything.
At the same time, he's looking for his own counterplay because there was... Whoa. Vishy's like, okay, where does it go? Where does it go?
That's one thing that audience will not understand unless you play with 5 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
How even the most obvious moves become difficult to see.
Well, also your eye, you're playing a move like queen d7, but then your eye is drawn to the fact that queen b7 does attack a piece. So it's like, let's retreat with the tempo.
And then you don't have time to hesitate and double check, and that's when you panic.
Exactly. A lot of toing and froing from both players as they're trying to outmaneuver one another. There's a weak pawn on e5.
Well, I think it's Fabi who's trying to.
Yes, no question about it.
And
Vishy is basically trying to kick back White's pieces.
Well, White's rook out on the 7th rank. That's something.
It sure is. And king g8. The pawn on f7 along with the pawn on e5 is are tender.
2 seconds.
Queen.
1. Oh.
1 second. Vishy.
Another 1 second. Wow.
Another 1 second. Queen b5 on Vishy's agenda. Play it quickly. He's not playing it quickly. Queen b5, Vishy.
And
let's go.
I think that's too late. He flagged.
He flagged.
He flagged. And Fabi hasn't seen it yet, but... What?
They're not looking at the clock. They're just playing as if everything's... Yeah.
Okay.
And then Vishy says, I'm sorry, I'm down. He called it on himself. Important game. Let's go to Richie and Alireza. Somebody's a pawn up, and it's Richie.
It's Richie. And of course, this is a draw, but we have 5 seconds on the clock, so anything is possible. Queen g5. So, what is
There you go, the same.
What is the strategy here for white to win? Do we want the king in front of the pawn?
Yes.
So we have to keep pushing the king.
Yes.
But it's
And
hard.
yes. And we do want the pawn at the board. I think on a dream would be more or less to have the king on g7. Ooh, somebody almost flagged.
He also almost put the queen on e4 where he would be traded.
Right.
g5.
With a tempo, so that's very nice. Now at some moment, at some moment you want to be able to play king to g6, king h5, king g6, but now it's a
perpetual, yes.
Yeah.
A very simple one.
And Alireza has spotted it. Yeah. A very appreciative audience for a very exciting round 12 coming to a close there. And Miro, if you don't mind, fill in the gaps. What happened?
Well, a lot of stuff happened. Firouzja was totally lost, but this one I'll leave to our colleagues in Zagreb. So let me take a quick look at Nepo's game against Constantin Lupulescu, because Nepo is in a good position in the tournament. He's playing the outsider, and he goes for one, well, interesting strategy. He's not trying at all. He just keeps the position solid and waits for his opponent to, well, do the job himself. And yeah, so the Catalan in, let's say, after 15 moves, you have this, which is a symmetrical structure. White typically, well, perhaps slightly better, you know, pieces a little bit more organized, but not more than that. And up to the point, and for quite a long time, Lupulescu keeps up, right? So nothing for white here. And then Nepo finally perhaps plays very short on time. Nepo goes for g4, so far nothing still. g5, queen to c7, offers a queen straight, king g3, and you could have traded the queens, you could have gone king f8, h takes, all fine. g6 is somewhat suspicious, e4, and this is the moment where Lupulescu, having 5 seconds on the clock, he makes a crucial mistake, which isn't, you know, which isn't something obvious. Knight takes, already better for white, and then very impulsive thing to do is to give a check, and this check just gives the game away, because f3, yeah, of course, white doesn't resign, white blocks, and then you move the knight away. He went to b4, and the knight was taken in one move, but you move the knight away, it's a check, followed by rook d7. And this is how white wins on the spot. So that's one, and there was quite a, perhaps not so important game in terms of tournament standings, but quite an interesting game between Saric and Duda. Okay, there was a funky opening. So Caruana, knight f3, d5, knight c3. D takes, knight f6, queen e2. Well, a favorite of many tricky players, right? You expect black to go knight d7 and to get checkmated. Well, not with these guys, so to speak. And yeah, and a few more moves. Yeah, queen f4 is funny. In few more moves, we've gotten to this endgame, which you would expect to be, well, no problem for black. But so here, h4, and there are some problems with the bishops. In order not to give white the advantage of two bishops, black goes knight d7 after castles captures here, goes bishop g6, h5, bishop d3, rook d3. And despite the fact that everything's equal, right, not so many pieces left, it turns out that white's much better. Rook d8, rook d1, trade on d3, and those pawns are weak. Those pawns are soft, so some rook b3 is at the right moment. Bishop e7, bishop e3, b6. And here, white could have gotten close to decisive advantage by playing this move c2, c4. So he wants c5, and if b5, rook a3 would win, and if black goes c5, the king starts going to a4, provokes a7, a6, and then white goes a3, b4. So once again, I mean, it's perhaps a plan for a classical game, not for the blitz, right? And later on, g6, h6, and g5. And g5 happens to be a brilliant defensive resource because in few more moves, seems like white's winning a pawn, and indeed he does. But yeah, bishop f8 is clever, so now if you take with the pawn, black will be able to take. So you have to trade the rooks. You're a pawn up, but it turns out it's just a fortress. So Ivan was trying for another 20 moves, but couldn't really break through. So we have a couple of more games to analyze, but let it be with Cristian and Anastasiya.
Thanks, Miro. Yes, we were actually watching this game between Ricci and Alireza, and this is a crucial game for the battle for second position. We see that heating up with Fabiano winning his game. Nepo is winning his games as well, and Alireza needs to at least not lose in order to stay in contention for second place. And let's take a look, because he was very, very close to losing. You guys caught the end of it, but he was in a much worse situation all throughout the game. Take a look at this. Ricci with the white pieces played a quite unambitious opening. You know, knight f3, e3, b3, but this is blitz. You can play pretty much anything you want at the beginning. It's all going to be decided later on in the game. f6, I would say that's a bit too aggressive, creating some weaknesses. I don't really like this move f6, but once again, as I was mentioning, anything can be played at the beginning. But I have to say, Ricci played a really, really clean game, and Alireza was showing a lot of ambitious plans on the king side with the move g4, taking a pawn but weakening your king so much, and that might be problematic, and it was problematic. In fact, he got a completely winning position. As you can see, black is 2 pawns up, but I'm going to recover a lot of those pawns, maybe with interest as well. f4, bishop to c3, take 1 pawn. Do not touch this rook. Okay. You might be wondering, hey, give me that free rook. Thank you very much. That's a checkmate. You get the rook, I get the checkmate. Fair trade. Rook to c2, bishop to b4, bishop to b2, and you can see how bad and how passive black's pieces are in the position. And white is just making the right moves, pushing, getting, now finally I'm a pawn up. Finally, and also the king is not that safe on g8, right? With all these pieces swarming around it. And as you can see, by the way, beautiful move.
Yes, rook takes knight f7, nice.
Very beautiful.
Very nice fork.
I mean, how did Alireza save this position is beyond me. Still, by the way, the computer is saying at this point +7. So this is completely winning for white. I'm picking up another pawn. This was the critical moment. After rook to c8, the exchange of the rooks, which perhaps was not the correct practical decision, nevertheless, you're still winning. At the same time, it's all about the tenacity of Alireza. He's very tenacious, and he's never giving up, and it paid off for him. f5, b3, and now he played the bad move, the bad push. f6 allowed black back into the game. The right move, which would have won the game, is a6. Now, if you do go b2, a7, b1, we get queens. I have 2 pawns. This is going to be winning. Yes. I'm going to cover with queen to f.
Time, but it should
it's going to take some time, but it's 2 pawns, right? This should be winning. If you try to catch my pawn with the move king to b6, the problem is now your king is on the b file. So what I can do is go here, f6. Also, it's a little bit further away.
I see, but I see your point.
f7, b1, f8, but now it's not that easy to touch that pawn, right? Because if you take it, I go queen to a8, and now finally I'm picking up the queen. So it's going to take some time to actually touch that pawn on a6. In the meantime, I'm just going to be able to push my king, push my pawn, and actually get the victory in this one. So, big missed opportunity, I have to say, for Richie Rapport. You guys caught the end of that end game. I have to say, Alireza, just tenacious, great defense from a completely losing position. What game were you watching?
I was checking Fabiano game against Viswanathan, and I must say it was like Italian, perfect opening, and they were, playing this position which everybody knows. I mean, they were playing it for ages. They were just exchanging pieces one after the other. I will just want to show the critical moment because it was balanced game until the very, very last moment where supposedly Vichy missed this bishop h6, right? But and after that he collapsed. I mean, he played rook e6 and later he just collapsed.
Just to mention it, at
Yes.
bishop to h6, he already lost on time. His time
really?
already ran out at this point.
At this point, yes, because like actually black is still not so lost after 94. I mean, he's still in the game, and if you take this pawn, I take on h6, and d4 pass pawn is still exists on the board. Yes, so good result for Fabi.
Very good result for Fabi, bouncing back after a difficult loss against Gukesh, and we will be going on a short interview. Anastasia, you met up with a tennis player. Tell us
Yes,
about
so
that.
the top player, one of the top players tennis players in the world, Borna Coric, and also he is the best Croatian player. So he visited today the playing venue, and he also talked to us a little bit how was this experience for him.
Let's take a look.
We are here with Borna Coric, who is one of the top players, tennis players in the world, and also the best player of Croatia. So today you had this very interesting experience to make the first symbolic move in the game, on the chessboard, and also had experience to watch the games at the playing hall. How did you like it?
Yeah, absolutely. It was very, very cool experience for me. I've never been on the chess tournament, and I was really looking forward to this. And obviously, I also saw the players, and I met the players. So I'm just very, very happy to be here.
Yeah. So, on which board did you make the first move, and who are you rooting for in this tournament?
I need to root obviously for the Saric. Also, he's my favorite player, and I've been following him a little bit in the last few months. So yeah, hopefully he can win the tournament.
Yeah, that's of course. And also, do you play chess yourself? I mean, how often?
I do play, but I'm actually very, very bad in the chess, to be honest. So I just play it, for fun and to relax a little bit after all the matches. But again, unfortunately, I'm just not very good.
Do you play online or you play with your friends? And who taught you to play actually?
Actually, my friends, and I would say I actually play mostly online. Online is mostly, and also sometimes with the friends like this, but mostly online when I have free time on the tournaments.
Yeah, for sure. And what are your plans for the future? Where do you go next?
Plans for the future, I'm actually going for vacation for a couple of days. It's been a very, very tough season, and at this time in tennis we actually have I would say maybe a couple of days where we can take a break. So I'm going to go home and I'm going to just relax for a couple of days.
Yeah, so have a great vacations and enjoy the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. And here are our standings after 12 rounds of Blitz.
Magnus Carlsen in the lead with still 3-point lead. Second place, Jan Nepomniachtchi, 19 points.
Nice.
And half point behind Nepo is Fabiano Caruana.
And thanks to saving that game, Alireza, again, he remains in the mix. And through the magic of television, we just want to show you that Vichy was playing and playing because his clock had expired. And then, despite the fact that he's now lost the game on time, the players continue for quite a number of moves. And at this point, I'm a little bit surprised that the arbiters are not stepping in, because you would expect that the arbiters would be the first to say, okay, excuse me. But both players are not even aware until Vichy says, okay, that's it, I'm done. And the pairings for round 13, Nazi.
Saric is playing Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
Duda Nepomniachtchi. Lupulescu playing Rapport. And Firouzja playing Caruana.
It's time to make an executive decision and break away from the Magnus Carlsen show, as he has not run away with the tournament. Let's go with Firouzja. Fabi, what do you think?
That's going to be our key match. And Anand is playing Gukesh.
Duda also Nepo. We've got some backup, but well, we know one player who's really anxious to get the round started. There's Alireza Firouzja, our Grand Chess Tour champion, by the way. from 2022. And outside of Magnus, Miro, just tell me who has the best blitz score in the tournament thus far.
I would think Jan Nepomniachtchi.
I was going to say, I thought it was Firouzja, but we're not sure.
I think after today,
No, he lost to Nepo and then he barely drew his last game. So he was doing very well, but
Gotcha.
today something has changed.
All right, so maybe Nepo. But a wonderful crowd for a weekend Sunday. Croatia hosting the Grand Chess Tour. And a big thank you to our sponsors once again. The SuperUnited Foundation, the Croatia Full of Life Foundation. Thank you for your sponsorship, as well as to the St. Louis Chess Club. You make our lives here so wonderful. Thank you to all of our sponsors for this marvelous event, this historic event, as round 13 underway.
And we have c4, knight f6, and it looks like Carlsen if Firouzja plays d4.
We see d4. b2, b3.
No,
No,
d4.
d2, d3. b2, b3 has also become, well, I'm not going to say all the rage, but yes, b2, b3, as well as you said, the Catalan with d4. Now this move, knight c3, that's really encouraging d4. If I'm black, I start to think I should be punishing my opponent for playing the move knight c3 and allowing d5,
I think
d4.
a5 is a quite rare move. Black normally plays c5 or b6 in that position after d3.
Exactly. I'm more familiar with b6 myself. But okay,
So we
c2,
already
c7,
have a
c6.
new position.
It feels like white, well, I don't know. No, I don't think it. How is white supposed to get an advantage against this very, very solid looking setup?
I think white wants to provoke black to push d4 or c5 and then start playing. So maybe, oh, there we go, e4.
Well, here I would be inclined to capture and maybe play knight to c5, eyeballing the d3 square as a potential.
I can play knight e5 here.
Knight to e5. Okay, a4 followed by queen a5. I'm thinking takes on e4 or takes on c4 knight c5. Miro, where would you be placing the black pieces?
After e4 you're asking, right? I mean,
Yes.
Yeah, it's, I know the answer, yes. So black has to brush up on his tactical skills and go d4, which seems to be
Whoa.
hanging a pawn, but if it's taken, it's e5, right?
Right.
And yeah, so there's not such a sophisticated tactic, but what's interesting is, according to the machine, it's the only way, or rather was the only way, to keep the position balanced. And after the move he has played, knight to h5, you just drop the bishop back, and white's substantially better.
Really? I wouldn't have get. Oops, sorry. I'm just going. Knight h5, just bishop e3, and substantially better. I wouldn't have guessed that.
We have bishop e3 on the board. So
Right.
now Fabi has to deal with the pawn on d5. So maybe
Yes.
take on c4,
Okay, take on c4, take on c4.
and then
Why
maybe
didn't I-
e5.
Okay, so take on e4, take on e4. And now e6, e5? Yeah. But then why did we put our knight on h5? Because aren't we encouraging?
No, the pawn on c4 is hanging.
Good. Thank you for that reminder, yes. So it takes
After-
on e4.
D takes e and e5. I guess Firouzja is considering knight takes e4, which would leave the pawn on d3 as a backward pawn, but not for long, right? We can always push d4.
Yeah, but knight takes e4, knight back to f6. I'm not feeling like I'm in too bad a shape. I'm a little bit worried about takes e5, knight e1, and the fight over the c5 square starts to flare anew. Knight e1. Oh, he did
He
take
took
on
with the knight.
e4. Okay, so
I think on knight f6, maybe he wants to just take and push d4.
fair, fair. e5.
Immediately e5. Does Fabi want to
Okay.
play f5 next move?
I'm finding myself drawn to knight takes e5, Knight takes e5, queen takes h5,
Oh,
knight
yeah.
takes d3,
Knight
and
d3 looks very risky.
very risky, right? And then I get the rook on d1. Well, Firouzja
There you have it.
said, wait a minute, isn't there a tactic? What did you say, Miro? You got to brush up on your tactics?
Yeah, something along these lines.
Knight
And
G4.
by the way, knight to g4, that's a sneaky move. Look, your queen on h5 is about to be trapped. Pay
Oh, wow.
attention. g7, g6 could turn the tables.
So what's
But
the move here?
Bishop c5.
Oh, bishop c5.
Bishop c5. I'm gonna. Well, first of all, I want to sidestep knight takes e3. If you
'Cause
play
I was-
knight takes e3, you've got compensation.
I was looking at bishop g5, but then there's f6,
Right.
and you're still in trouble.
Yeah, but the move bishop c5 is kind of forced, right? Because what we want to do is trade and give our queen the c5 square.
So now in g6 we have an in-between move, bishop e7, queen
Right.
e7, and queen c5.
And because the queen would be rescued with queen c5, that's why Fabi played f5. Takes, takes. I think it's time to play queen g5. Still, I'm a little bit worried that the queen might end up trapped over there. So that's why I'm inclined to play the move queen g5 as white.
Yes, I like queen g5.
Kind of
Black should not
intuitive.
exchange, of course. Maybe queen to e5.
But okay, it's a pawn. First of all, white is a pawn up. And secondly, you know, you're the one, Fabi has taken responsibility, I want to say. With the move f7, f5, he is exposed his king a little bit, and the light square bishop on c8 is not
And we
happy.
have queen g5, queen b4 on the board. Fabi's going after the b2 pawn.
Okay, but he a3, queen takes b2. The knight could post up on that very nice d6 square.
And you want to take on c8?
Not really. I just want to annoy you by being on d6. He didn't. He just dropped his knight back to c3. Knight c3, queen takes b2. I'm sure he wants to play rook c1, which he has done, by the way. Again, certain things are not fully
just-
harmonious in
Right.
black's position either, right? h3, rook e1. Something lands on e7, and you're not going to be happy.
But I like just bishop d7. Black is developing. The queen on b2 is,
It's there,
it's there. It's annoying us.
truly. Something to be said for d45.
Started with h3.
I think that's a good start.
If knight e5, then rook f to d1, because we still can't play d4 yet.
I'm still a little bit curious about
Oh.
queen e7,
Queen e7, rook e8.
queen d6.
But nothing's hanging.
Nothing's
Yeah.
hanging. Trying to stay in the business, but yeah, nothing is hanging at the moment. By the way, how are the clock times of the player? Ooh,
Firouzja's down to 35 seconds.
I
and
thought I saw
Fabi's
a
up to-
minute 35. No, it's just 30
Right,
seconds.
and Fabi has more than 3 minutes.
Oh, that's
a
huge.
huge advantage on the clock for Fabi.
Absolutely. Queen e3.
But we know Firouzja is an amazing bullet player, so.
True that.
But position is complicated. It's not clear exactly how white should continue.
Well, the move queen d4, as awkward as it looks, it does defend the knight on c3, so it makes rook b1, followed by rook takes b7 a threat. Now, I admit I'm a materialist. f2, f4 reminds black that there's a hanging bishop on d7 as
Maybe
well,
bishop c8.
covering both threats.
Both-
I like it.
right. And we're hearing updates that both Nepo and Magnus are dominating in their games.
Okay.
And oh, Vish is playing Gukesh.
By the way, bishop c8, as you've suggested, taking both threats away. Rook b1 as well as f4. So, rook to e1, gift me the knight. The knight drops back to b7. Now we're chasing the queen. Rook
But queen
to
can
b1.
run from d2 to g5 if needed. Or a3, yep.
just getting out of dodge, huh? But, it's true.
Queen d2, rook
D1.
f to d1.
Queen g5. Again, 20 seconds. The clock times are greatly in the favor
Fabi's favor, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, should he play g5 now? I think it's a perfect time to go g5 because Firouzja
Yeah.
has no time.
And, so you like blowing up the position when your opponent's down on the clock. The move f2, f4, I think was designed primarily to stop knight g5, and I guess in this particular case, give his queen a retreat square. It still feels to me like if I'm white, I'm kind of happy on a good day if I can play c5, d4, d5.
Yeah, that's looking good. Yeah, I think Fabi should have gone for g5.
Maybe a missed opportunity. Knight a4.
So now black looks passive.
And Firouzja, with no time on his clock, is coming up with some nice ideas. That maneuver, knight c3 to c5, I like a lot. On c3, the knight was vulnerable. On c5, it's doing something. And
It's putting pressure on pawn on b7.
exactly. And it's getting easier and easier for white to play. I was about to suggest another concept, the bishop f1. I want to play rook e5. And the idea of putting a pawn on d4 and the rook on e5 is attractive. Knight b3.
Provoking a4. So
Give me the pawn.
He can go back to c5 and
Yes.
have another target.
And we're just getting Constantin is not having the tournament that he had hoped for. Richie won
His game.
his game.
Oh, we're going to an endgame now. I looked
Whoa,
away
whoa,
for
whoa,
2
whoa, whoa.
seconds and everything's
Exactly,
different.
but d3 is hanging. What am I missing?
Oh, yeah, it is hanging. Queen d3.
And he's,
Fabi goes for it. Oh, knight a5. 7 seconds for Firouzja. That's
yeah, but what a strange trade.
Gukesh wins again against Anand.
Wow. Wow. Beating your mentor, your teacher, and your hero. And by the way, Nepo.
Nepo won with the black pieces against Duda.
Having
So-
a very, very nice
Is he
tournament
getting
as Nepo.
closer and closer to Magnus?
Except Magnus may have won, I was
Yeah, he's
told.
still playing, but he is winning, so
Okay.
yeah.
But for Nepo, this is a very, very welcome return to the top. And we do have a result.
You know what's fascinating?
What?
We have 4 games finished. Black won all 4 games.
It's been a blackish day. Knight d6.
Oh, wow. Firouzja played
3
with 1
seconds. And by the way, knight c4 was a big threat. That was a fork.
Oh, queen f2 was not a good move, but who can blame him? He has 1 second on the clock.
And he's just doing, well, now he's 5, and that's very, very, very important. f5 is hanging, by the way. There is a pawn on f5.
Black can play bishop d3, maybe?
Ooh. He has gone for the bishop d3, but
3 seconds. Bishop e4 is coming.
yeah, it was important to get off of that pin. The move king h1 does set up for bishop takes e4. Oh, this is not easy stuff, or not easy play for
Rook
Firouzja at
f2
all.
looks good. Queen b3. Oh, g3 is hanging.
Check and queen e1 just in
Wow,
time
it's-
to defend the
And-
g3 pawn.
And pose checkmate.
Whoa,
though.
queen takes g3,
Oh, nice.
and there is a rook hanging on e8.
Yeah, without that, white was winning at that point.
Exactly. Oh my. So king g1.
So what's going on now? Fabi's just up. Oh, he's not up anything. I thought he was up a pawn.
He actually ended up losing the pawn, but then winning back on
Knight
g3.
f5 now.
Knight
2
f5.
seconds.
How does he do this? Consistently, just making a move with 1 second on his clock.
Fabi caught up on time, also down to 5 seconds. I mean, it looks very nice position for black.
Definitely. Oh, but there's knight f5 in the position. Why
It was
didn't
just
he
very
play?
tricky. Well, he's going after black's king.
He is.
bishop
Put
on
a bishop
d3.
on g6. Oh, he's setting up a mating net with a pawn on h5 and the knight on f5. And Firouzja's turning the tables with seconds on the clock.
Rook c7. Okay, Fabi managed to get the rook on the last rank, but still very dangerous.
Seriously, and
4 seconds.
We could have taken that on e8.
2 extra pawns, but
You're just barely holding the position.
But how do we checkmate?
Oh, he's allowed the double attack, and c5 winning with the check.
Blunder.
Huge blunder as Fabi fighting for the second place.
Another black win. 5 black wins in one round.
And the GCT points as well. And Firouzja, well, come on, that was self-inflicted wound because he had like 30 seconds to 3 minutes. You can't do that at this level. Bad clock management by the world's #1 rated blitz player there. Miro, I'm just getting reports that black won every game.
Yeah, you are not wrong, Yasser.
In the expert opinion of my brilliant co-host, Nazi.
As you may have guessed, there have been a lot of ups and downs in this game.
Right.
So I just want to quickly point out the moment where Firouzja could have really, seized the advantage. So bishop c5, f5, captured there. And for whatever reason, knight g5 wasn't played and wasn't even seriously considered, it would seem so. But knight g5 was working. And then after h6, you just drop back. And yes, the queen looks a little bit shaky, but cannot be trapped. And white is joining with rook e1 and gets close to decisive advantage. But one thing that you have to see, that after g7, g6, and that's very important, you have to find an intermediate rook to e1. And if you find this, then white is much better, because now queen g7, queen h4, h6, and you have knight to e6. You don't have to go back to f3. And this is, well, computer has this as absolutely winning for white. So there was one moment, and then, okay, just quickly, I want to mention one game of one Magnus Carlsen, right? Magnus Carlsen defeats Ivan Saric. It wasn't an easy game. So they've played the Caruana defense, and up to some point, I think it was a theoretical game. Knight to a3 is not very common. Knight to h3, bishop to h7, knight c2, so white tries to bring the knight to e3, or in case of c5, this knight gets to d4. It's exactly what has happened in the game. So knight c to d4, a7, a6, because bishop b5 is in fact quite annoying. Bishop e3, knight to g6, black has to develop the bishop. c4, once again, very logical, trying to open up the position while black is still uncastled. d takes, bishop to e7, and this computer has as much better for white. So Magnus is in trouble after 14 moves, or rather would be in trouble would white find h to h4. Why is that? A pawn sacrifice, if the pawn is taken, then white goes with some sort of, captures here. I think, after h4, knight has to take. Knight takes, bishop takes, and then white starts the attack with queen g4, g7's hanging. There is no comfortable way of protecting g7. Let's say bishop g6, white captures on e6, and the bishop is hanging. So that's very unpleasant. And just in few more moves, so he played knight b3, knight a4, and here was still possible to play, so Saric was indecisive, and then he sacrificed the pawn, and it turned out there's absolutely nothing, just a pawn up for Magnus, and he went on to win this one. And I think we have more analysis coming up with Anastasiya and Cristian from Zagreb.
Well, I have to say, the battle for second place is definitely heating up. We see Nepo, we see Fabi tuning up their engines. And you were watching Nepo's game,
Yes.
Anastasiya. Let's start with that one.
I did, and actually it was a very interesting opening. I think he can inspire some other players by allowing everything with for white. He played knight f6 and then castling. You can push e5, you can push h4, and this is what Jan-Krzysztof did. And it looks very scary for black, yes, and there c5, and one more pawn pawn, let's give a pawn, and then after a couple of moves, he also plays b5. So I was really inspired by this opening choice, and actually Black got quite interesting position, and he played very, very energetically this game, I must say. So after all these moves, he started to produce something on the queen side. He allowed him to have these 2 pawns, but that doesn't matter. He's still trying to create some mess.
Down.
Yes, he's a pawn down, but he doesn't.
You're getting attacked on the king side.
It seems like, but he never managed to do so.
And yet you're better as Black.
Yeah, and yes, and computer is quite happy with Black's position all the way, except a couple of moments. Yes, so where Jan-Krzysztof maybe could have played something more decisive, but it's blitz, right? So try to find out
Many
all
mistakes.
these moves.
Many
yes,
mistakes,
so
of course.
I think just it fits Nepo style, this type of these complicated positions, which he plays very well with this short time control. And so look, there were a couple of moments here. He played this move rook c8, and then he gave up this exchange.
That's a nice exchange.
And again, look at the position. Once again, exchange down. Pawns, at least the pawns are the same, but 2-pass pawns seems to be quite dangerous, but they're not. He managed to create again lots of threats. Now queen f2 is the threat. And the funny thing is, if you play rook f1, maybe it was the best choice already. There is knight f2 move, and then queen e3.
Oh, that's very
and
nice.
then queen d3. Most probably it's just a draw, but still.
No, this is completely
you think it's winning? Yes,
for Black.
maybe.
Yes.
Okay. So I mean, there were some great ideas. So that's why White made this little bit artificial move, king f1. Once again, some problems with development. And after a few moves, look what he did. He managed to take one more pawn. Actually, at this moment, one of the best moves here was just somehow to move the bishop to the other diagonal and try to create more threats on f2. But never mind, this is very logical. And so after that, Nepo managed to win this position.
Very beautiful one. And just to give you the update on this big clash between the 2 Indian players, Viswanathan Anand and Gukesh. And I'm only going to go to the critical moment because it was Gukesh who was pressing the whole game, but at some point he let Anand off the hook. At this point, Anand had this move, queen to b2, which would have created this tension on the long diagonal. It would have given him enough compensation for the pawn. Unfortunately, he missed it. He took the pawn back, but after knight to g4, he's just getting mated on the dark squares, e3. And after this one, it's just pretty much over. You take, I give you a check, I give you another check, I pick up the bishop, and that's game over. Another huge victory for Gukesh against his mentor, Rishi Anand. Let's take a look at the standings after this round. Incredible round, by the way. Only victories for Black in this one, and still Magnus leading with authority.
Ahead of Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, 20 points, and as I was mentioning, it's heating up. Fabiano, 19.5, only half a point. Alireza losing some steam, some ground in the battle for second position. Difficult loss against Fabiano.
Yeah, and Gukesh is getting close. Now that he won against Viswanathan, he's on the 5th place.
Big matchups coming up your way in the next round. But before that, we're going to go on a short commercial break, and we'll be back shortly. Stay tuned.
It's time to fight for titles. The best juniors, girls, and senior chess players converge in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the U.S. Junior, Girls, and Senior Championship. Beginning July 15th, 30 players will compete across 3 fields for over a $150,000 prize fund. This tournament features the top junior and senior chess players in the nation, including the young up-and-comer Carissa Yip, young junior phenom Abhimanyu Mishra, and returning senior champion Alexander Shabalov. 3 titles are on the line, and you won't want to miss it. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
the World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of Chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Hello and welcome back to our show, The Standings after round 13. Now see, what do we have?
Of course, in the lead, you could have guessed, we have Magnus Carlsen with 23 points.
A stellar result, no question about it.
Still in the clear second, Jan Nepomniachtchi with 20 points.
And keeping pace, right?
Yeah, closely following Fabiano Caruana.
Alireza just had that big slip up, losing to Fabi. But tell us about the pairings coming up.
Let's take a look. We have two former world champions playing each other, Carlsen against Anand.
Yeah, when the legends play, you gotta watch.
Gukesh against Firouzja, Caruana playing Lupulescu, Rapport against Duda, and Nepomniachtchi playing Saric.
We gotta give Nepo a little love. I mean, after all, he is in second place, so we're gonna have that as our backup game. We'll look at Magnus and Vichy as our marquee matchup as we're getting ready for round 14. Miro, try to sum up what we've witnessed thus far.
Oh, well, once again, Magnus is not winning a game after game after game anymore, but he keeps this 3 points distance between him and Nepo. And what's even more interesting, I think like one leaping over the other, but Nepo and Fabi are still within the zone. Firouzja is a little bit back, but yeah, it's all between Nepo and Fabi for the second, it seems.
Yeah, they do seem to be kind of leapfrogging one another there. But that game that we just watched, Firouzja, I'm still amazed at how well they play with just seconds on their clock, because I think so many players would have collapsed instantly.
When he had king on h2 and
exactly.
the major pieces over there,
And he just kept playing and nearly saved it at a certain
until he
moment.
blundered at the very end.
C5, exactly.
Yeah.
And here we have our GCT standings coming into this event.
So Wesley So is still in the lead, but this is Fabi's second event.
Exactly.
And he can definitely take over Wesley's
I'm
lead.
expecting Fabi to pick up at least 10 points, could potentially be more. Duda will certainly pick up some, but not as many as, well, he might have wanted. And we have the GCT events that are coming up.
They're going to be in St. Louis, November 12th to 19th. That'll be St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, and right after that will be Sinquefield Cup.
Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. This is going to be our 5th and final show of this fantastic event in Zagreb, and we do want to get in some thank yous and to shout out to so many people who made this event possible, our sponsors, of course, but also to say to Rex and Jeannie Sinquefield here in the club, Tony Rich and Joy Bray,
Rebecca, Emily, everyone at the Chess Club.
as well as the World Chess Hall of Fame. Thank you for everything that you've been doing for us.
And then Randy and the team from Spectrum.
Exactly.
And Kevin and everyone at Silverback
Yeah.
who make this production.
Marcus and Brian there in Zagreb, and of course to our colleagues and to our viewers. We do it all for you as they're underway. And again, we have the Queen A4 check, a move that Vichy would have certainly been paying attention to. E5.
The last game we had this, right? Was it,
Yeah.
or 2 rounds ago?
Yeah, with knight d7. That was the Gukesh game. And that was that move E5.
Vichy seems
that I was
prepared.
Yes,
He's
he is.
blitzing. I see in the database there's a game Carlsen Aronian from the last year, this exact same position.
And how did that game continue?
Magnus
Leslie?
won. Oh, how did it continue? Sorry. Sorry.
Magnus won. Yes, I got that part. You moved a little bit faster than I expected on that one.
Yeah.
But yes, did it go C6 and Queen E4? We
Yes,
still in that
following.
game?
Still following.
Okay.
Aronian here played Bishop C5.
Which makes a lot of sense, of course. Kind of like a Budapest gambit. You'd like to see the pawn coming to E3, so after Bishop C5 and Queen E7, you can round up the Peshki on the E5 pawn.
Exactly how the game went. E3, Queen E7.
Yeah.
And then F4 was played, and then Lipon castled short.
And again, the players in that case would be following Magnus as white
Yes.
versus Levon as black. Okay, well, definitely a variation that Magnus will have some familiarity with. Queen E7 on the board, and if you just allow black to recapture the, well, just as I was about to say, if you allow black to just recapture the pawn, that's a very comfortable equality, and, well, I'm liking black very much. Knight to G6 here. He played knight to D7. Okay, intriguing, but no, I think this is a bad decision by Magnus. I think Vichy
Has equalized already.
Went past equality.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm actually preferring black's position. By the way, Bishop H4 check could be an awkward move to meet. Magnus is saying, go ahead, give me a check. I'll walk to D1 to C2. Intriguing. Would you have given the check? I got my hand
My
in the air.
hand would have made that
Yeah, whether you liked it or
Yeah.
not, right? Miro, would you have given the check, Bishop H4 check? And
Well,
just...
I absolutely would.
Yes.
And Magnus would blitz out King E2, King F3, apparently. Well, I still suspect that it might have been prepared. And your pessimistic assessment of the position, pardon to inform you, is wrong.
It's
White
wrong.
is slightly better. And yeah, and he's very confident. And if you think of it, Magnus is known to outplay Vichy in endgames constantly. So maybe it
As
was,
we
a
recently
deliberate
witnessed.
decision, because
Yeah.
indeed, after Queen E7, the most critical, and that was the move he played against Aronian, is f2, f4.
Right.
But then h3 is also playable.
Okay, pretty surprising. By the way, you play h5, and I kind of follow you. I don't follow g6. I mean, I was thinking that you're playing h5 in order to put the pawn on h4, grab some space, whatever. But g7, g6, okay, a very big surprise. And Magnus played the move g2, g3, anticipating h4 would be met by g4. Here, I want to play bishop to g2, but I don't want to.
I was just going to say that.
To allow knight to d3. So
bishop e2?
Or rook d1 or castles.
King f2 is what Magnus shows.
Wow, okay. This has to be some really highfalutin prep because it's very hard for me to guess the moves there. King
we
f2.
Haven't guessed any moves yet.
well, rub it in, why don't you?
I said we.
True, you did get in the we, and I like that, the royal we. We take full responsibility for our commentary. B2, b4, okay. You go back,
to d7.
gift me the pawn.
Maybe White's pushing too far the pawns on both sides of the board.
Yeah, it does seem that way, right? Bishop b4. I do have
rook
capture.
c8 also looks a little bit attractive.
For sure. Rook to c8. Okay, Vichy allows his pawns to be split.
He also has f5 ideas now that rook is directly in front of the king.
Okay, this move indicates to me that, hey, give me, let me play g4 and f5, and I'll show you who's boss. Bishop b4. Again, back and forth. Yeah, what's going on? How come I haven't already played b takes c6? I don't know. If I had already played b takes c6, I'm comfortable playing rook c1.
We can play it now.
Still?
I think bishop c3, rook c1.
Sorry, rook c1, bishop c3. Oh, you mean take on c6?
Yeah.
Okay, so take on c6, bishop takes c3, rook c1, huh? Two black pieces hanging. I guess I'm not worried about anything in particular.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But you can start with rook a to c1.
Mm-hmm.
And who's playing on which side?
Yeah. Rook h1, c. We were really close on this one. We knew a rook was coming to c1. Instinctively, I didn't want to give up my pawn on h3 because I really wanted to be able to play the move g4 and f5 to try to trap the bishop. Bishop takes h3.
Was that just a blunder?
Vichy asked the same question. He said, look, I'm afraid of the move g4. I'll take away g4 and I'll take the pawn. Good deal.
Does he?
Magnus, Magnus now looks like, did I just wake up on the wrong side there? Miro, do you like it when your opponent gives you that look of, like I blundered? You suddenly feel good about it, right?
Absolutely. Like even if you have Magnus in front of you, right, you take this pawn with a bit of hesitation, but if you see this look, okay, that's my pawn now.
Very nice, very nice. E4, E5, Magnus says, okay, I just got to play through it. I blundered a pawn. My bad, but I have to make a move.
Hikaru shaking his head because
that you don't know.
That you don't know if it means he made a great move or a bad move.
I know, because that head shake. I once played Anatoly Karpov, and he sacrificed a piece against me, and I was very, very uncertain to capture it or not. But then when I did capture it, his face turned brightly red. I was like, whew. Okay, that was very good. Bishop e6, well, it's time to try to equalize. Bishop f3, material equality, I meant to say, with the move bishop f3.
I'm surprised Magnus still hasn't taken on c6.
Yeah, that's incredible patience there.
Oh,
knight to
c5.
c5.
Coming to d3 with the tempo.
Yes, hello.
That's unpleasant for Magnus. Does he have to take now bishop c5?
I hope not, because that will really cement the advantage. If I play king g2 and just say, okay, king g2.
Knight d3.
Knight d3, rook c2.
Looks like
looks a little
all
weird.
your pieces are hanging.
Whoa, b takes c6, knight d3 check, king g2. Magnus wants to capture on, okay. There was no fork there. The c6 takes b7. Vichy said I didn't want to see that.
So now knight d3, rook c2, bishop f5 looks good. And then
I have knight e4 to kind of short circuit that diagonal.
but there's knight e1 check.
Hello. Hello. So bishop f5 is very, very strong, because I wanted to meet bishop f5 with knight e4, but knight e1 check, getting me from behind.
Yeah, White is in trouble. Can Magnus save this?
But he didn't play bishop f5, by the way. He played bishop a5. Okay, just suggesting his... Well, now I have to actually calculate something. That's awkward.
They're making us work.
Yes. He played knight e4, but there was a knight e1 check. Both players, mutual blindness there. But now, White has this beautiful d6 squared. Now I feel it's compensation. Rook b1, takes.
No, I think White already has sufficient compensation.
Exactly. I feel the same as well. I mean, Vichy for choice, still, no question about that, but I'm feeling that, okay, I can take on e6 and play rook to c2.
I can also take on d5 and b6.
Oh, simple. That's the simplest.
And he's going for it.
To win back the pawn. Take, and rook takes a6.
Maybe White slightly better in the rook ending?
I wouldn't disagree.
Nepo is winning his game, we've heard, and so is Fabi. So
Nepo
fight
is
for the
playing
second place is still going on.
a fantastic tournament. And by the way, Miro, weren't you telling us that Magnus of late is really keeping that voodoo hex in the endgame? And he's
Do you want to know
winning
what
a pawn.
stimulation is?
You can
plus one?
take
White is completely winning.
Whoa.
take on
+6.
Yeah, you just take on g3. You've got two connected pass pawns.
It's absolutely crazy.
And Vichy was a pawn up, and he's just like, what am I doing? It's all gone wrong. What other games are going on? Let's jump.
Nepo has won his
Against
game.
Ivan Saric.
Let's look at Fabi. He is winning against
He's up
Lupulescu.
against Constantin, yes.
Oh, but he has a crushing position, extra pawn, dominating pieces. Yeah, this should be over soon. And time-wise, 30 seconds against 4 seconds. Huge
When
advantage.
it rains, it pours, huh?
Yep.
And knight is coming to f5 with a check, so no queen e7.
What happened? For a second there, we thought Magnus might lose, and then 20 seconds later, he wins.
That was crazy. That was huge. Just a whole series of just blunderful moves by Vichy. That was really shocking.
And here, oh yeah, d7, f7 are now impossible to defend.
Oops.
Fabi wins his game.
Nice.
So far we have 3 decisive results. White won all 3 games.
So we went from a blackout to a whiteout?
Yeah, looks like that. Except Firouzja is, wow, look at his position. Look at these pawns.
That is a gorgeous, almost looks like a game of Space Invaders here as black pawns are just marching up the board.
And Gukesh playing with 4 seconds on the clock. But yeah, the black, she's completely winning. They have more material and a great position.
Wow, I would have kept that knight on g5, but rook a8. Knight came. Somehow he found the c5 square more attractive than the g5 square. That's remarkable for me.
Yeah, from g5, f3, h3 are both under attack.
Precisely.
But black can do really anything.
And Jan-Krzysztof Duda won against Richie Rapport. That was a big victory.
With the black pieces.
Oh, bishop takes f3, and yet another pawn disappears. And we're going to have a bishop, a magnificent bishop on c4 as well.
And I was wondering, which pawns do we push first? It's like f3 and...
They're all good, right? All the pawns are good.
Now rook wants to come to c7, and this should be a very easy win after rook goes to c3.
Exactly. And pawn goes to e4.
Yeah.
King goes to e5. Nope. King went to, pardon me, e5 would have been met by rook f5 check.
Now e3 check, and he's getting a queen.
He
wins. And that's
I like the
all
way
the
you
games.
said that. He's getting a queen and he wins. And that's all the games. And were there any draws?
The last two rounds.
Fill in the gap there,
We haven't seen.
Miro.
In terms of draws, not too many, yes.
No, they don't like to draw.
Not a single one for a second consecutive round, right? And I just thought, you know, if about Firouzja's game, we could have said Philidor would have been proud, right, in the final position.
Pawns.
But I want to drive your attention to the game that went unnoticed, Richard Rapport against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, because I was thinking Duda known to be very good in blitz, right, and he was struggling beforehand, but now he seems like at least, you know, to score a few maybe comforting wins. Anyway, he outplays Rapport, and this is the position after the somewhat extravagant opening, and we already used to that with Richard Rapport playing. And here, Rapport absolutely had to play g3, g4. So once again, black is dominating the queen side, so you really have to seek for counterplay. And instead, he goes king h2, perhaps, getting ready for g4. And then after f5, it's a disaster. The knight's almost trapped. And why I brought up great names of the past, to explain it, we'll have to go like few more moves. And over here, I thought Nimzowitsch would have been proud with Jan-Krzysztof Duda. You know, like a nice blockading knight in the center and an extra pawn and so on. And they've played a long game, but it's never, Duda never given Rapport a single chance. And there is one more game that I wanted to check just quickly. Fabi literally stampeding over poor Lupulescu. So once again, well, that's one funny opening line, by the way, against the Sicilian. You really can play b3 after e6. At some point was quite popular. Okay. c4, queen c7, and a mysterious to me move h2, h3. So almost like a one more waiting move. But what's the point of this waiting move? That black doesn't have a comfortable move himself, because now if black goes knight f6, which is kind of one of the most natural developing moves, that e5, and that's why you've played h3, there is no knight g4, right? b6, bishop e2, bishop b7, and they've gotten to some sort of a hedgehog position, where, gotten here, and in a normal, quote-unquote, normal hedgehog, the knight would be on d7, and now you have it on c6, and the problem was that white constantly threatens knight d5, to such an extent that Lupulescu decided to go knight b8. And, you know, if in the opening you have to play like knight to b8 and back to d7, that means something's completely off. So in 10 moves, let's say, or 8 moves from now, the position look like this. Knights on f5 and d5 absolutely dominant. And we've seen the end of it, right? But there was one funny moment I found it. Over here where Fabi, after h4, interestingly enough, unnoticed by both players, knight b6 would have just crashed in a couple of moves. Instead of that, Fabi went with bishop c1, but still won the game quite convincingly. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Miro. You guys in the studio, we're all in the studio. Nazi, tell us about the standings after 14 rounds of Blitz.
Magnus maintains his 3-point lead.
Well done.
Jan Nepomniachtchi is still in the second, and Fabi still in the third. No big changes in the top 3.
Yeah, the mix looks all the same. And let's catch up with Croatia.
Well, I have to say, a crucial game was the one between the two youngsters, Gukesh and Alireza, because they were separated by only 1 point. So if Gukesh would have won that one, he would have caught up with Alireza. That didn't happen. Alireza extended his lead over Gukesh by 2 points, and you guys caught the end of it. But Anastasiya, you were looking at the middle game, the opening phase. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, I was checking the game, and I think the critical moment came around move 20. So in this position, maybe you just need to realize that Black has no good moves. Maybe just the rook FD1, waiting for a bit, improving the position, and asking those questions like, where do you move with your king?
Yes.
Here, or let's say, what is your next move? Could have helped, yes. And actually, G5 pawn is always the target, right? In some situations.
So if
yes.
you go castle, maybe you have ideas
C5,
of
yes,
D5.
or knight D5. I mean, many different ideas. But Gukesh decided to play straightforward, and he decided to get this exchange. But look what happened. There is nice geometry here. But once again, he could just take on G5 again better, for white probably with better chances.
Yeah.
So, but he decided to go for rook B1. Look at this nice geometry, bishop B6, and he won actually the exchange. But the problem is that after winning this exchange, Black is better. Like it's easier to play for Black.
So many dark square weaknesses.
Exactly.
Right?
I mean, these bishops, are also dominating the board. And actually, I must say that Firouzja played it very well. I mean, he just slowly improved his position. Look at all these maneuvers with knight, who moved all the way to C5. So he found the best square for the knight, and then he improved also bishop and bishop F6. And really, it was very difficult to play for white this position. And then he also took on C3. Look at this very nice geometry again, and then bishop B4. Very nice blow. I take. Yes, knight D4, and it's triple fork, right?
Triple fork, yes.
And then I like how the bishop came back to the game. Look, so it was bishop B4, rook D4, he went to B1, and then he came back again, bishop B4. It was really nice to see. It doesn't happen that often. So in any case, this position is much better for Black, and Alireza simply won it slowly, step by step. Yes, so we saw the end. Yes.
It was beautiful, I
Cristian,
have to
what
say.
did you check?
I was looking at this game of Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Ivan Saric, who once again is struggling up to this point in this event. Jan definitely piling up victory after victory, and I have to say he has to.
He's inspired. I feel how he plays actually. He is pushing right now. I can say so. I mean, he got his confidence.
I have to say, I think we had 5 rounds. Perhaps he won at least 4 of them. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he won at least 4 of them. Definitely a good day for him, but also a good day for Fabi at the office. So they're both vying for position for the second place.
Which is nice. Yes, I mean, we have some competition.
Yes, absolutely. We like to see that. And take a look at this. Jan with white pieces, Ivan with black pieces, inviting this change very early on, this change of structure. I really like this idea. C4, he's just looking for imbalances in the position. Very early on, I think this is his main strategy.
Yes, you're right.
I like the move d4. It looks a bit off because you're closing up your bishop, but at the same time, you're also closing up Black's bishop. And you're most likely going to go e4 and take advantage of your space advantage in the center. He decides to go f4. Queen to e2. And I have to say, it looked like a very clean game by Jan, slowly increasing his advantage. It looks like you have some weaknesses around your king, but the bishop on g2 and, in fact, the pawn on f4 covers a lot of ground, right? A lot of important squares. You don't have a way to create any problems. And I have a clear plan as white. Expand on the queen side, create weaknesses, and this is exactly what Jan did. Take a look at this. b5, take on d5, take on f4. Ivan was looking for some counter chances. It looks like he's getting some counter.
Yes, with the king, with the queen and knight next to the king.
If there's no f1 square, you're checkmated, right?
But you still have it.
There is still f1 square.
Yes.
He did not give a check. He took on d1 and took on e3. But after the pawn lands on c7, and perhaps this is something that he missed, this is kind of all she wrote.
Yeah, because he allowed him even to take on f2. He doesn't care about these pawns. Yes, he just wants to push his own.
Exactly,
Yes.
exactly. If you take, first of all, I'm just taking the rook on e8, and that's problematic. But as you were mentioning, there's nothing around the king. You can take with a check, but I'm just simply going to take back. Maybe I can even go king to f1. Look at this move. And if you take, I get another queen. Hey,
Yes.
give me the queen back.
Yes,
Give me the queen back. I need to put it back on the board.
Then you take the rook.
Then
yes,
I take
after.
on it to this is over.
Nice.
And in fact, nothing happened after that for black. White, Jan just played a brilliant game, I have to say. I really enjoyed this one from start to finish.
He's one of the best players in Blitz.
Whenever
you
he's
know.
in shape.
Yes, exactly.
Guys, back to you in the studio as we get ready for the next round.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Thank you, Cristian. Let's just take a quick look at the pairings coming up for round 15, as I think we have number 1 versus number 2 in the tournament.
Right, Nepomniachtchi playing Magnus Carlsen. Even if he wins, he still can't catch him yet, but it would be a very great result for Nepo.
Absolutely, that'll be our marquee matchup.
And Saric playing Rapport, Duda playing Caruana.
That'll be our backup game in case we have a fizzle. And as we prepare for this upcoming round, Anastasiya caught up with Richie Rapport. We hope you like her interview.
Richard, welcome to Croatia. How did it happen that you've never been here before? You were living not so far away, I guess.
Yes. Actually, I was always living very close. Yeah, I always find this triangle around Zagreb, but somehow I managed to avoid it so far. Yeah, I don't know. Well, as you know, life always brings you to places, so now I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, so here we are now in Zagreb, and what, let's say, your expectations here for this event and in general in this Grand Chess Tour?
Oh, I don't think I'm doing too well in this Grand Chess Tour, honestly. I didn't look at the standings, but like I had some solid performances, but I feel like solid is not good enough in Grand Chess Tour terms. So yeah, again, if it were to change here in Zagreb, it wouldn't hurt too much if I would have some really good performance. But as of expectation, I don't really have any spectacular expectations. Just trying to play chess and trying to use my remaining energy reserves and see what happens.
Yeah, we were talking about you living in Serbia now, and you are from Hungary, and now I think you live in Romania, right? And you are going to play for the Romanian team. And what do you think impact it had on your life and on your profession as a chess player to live in all these countries? Have you got something from each of this country and each of this culture?
Yes, and Croatia is next. Yeah?
For sure.
Okay. I was obviously born and raised in Hungary, more or less. So especially my chess culture, I think, is very much shaped by that. Then obviously I moved to Serbia when I was kind of a young adult, and so therefore my development as a person, I think, is very much shaped by Serbian culture and generally the life in Belgrade. I really enjoy it. I really like the atmosphere there. So I always recommend it for tourists who are wondering what to visit, because it doesn't have such a reputation as a touristic destination, but I feel like the people are just so nice. It compensates it, And now Bucharest is a bit. I'm still unfamiliar with it in a way because I'm very new there. I'm very new in Romania. Obviously it was kind of a commitment from my part, and I will see how it will work out. I'm still adjusting, so yeah, that is unknown for now.
Yes, and well, of course everybody's wondering, are you still in touch with Dinkleren, and when what's happening with him after the match, and when we are going to see him again? Let's say, do you have any news from him?
I have as much news as the next guy, yeah. So sometimes we're very right to each other, but he's generally a very close guy, and I think he's I hope he's doing what he likes to do, let's put it this way.
Yeah, that's the most important, actually, to do what you like to do in your life. And actually, how do you find this balance between being a professional chess player and trying to do things which you really like to do and have healthy life, if possible?
Yeah, being a professional chess player generally gives you this freedom, or illusion of freedom, to have, let's say a Monday morning, where everyone's at work and you just wake up whenever you want to wake up and do whatever you like to do, right? So it is generally, I think, suits my expectations from life very well. Of course, when you go to a tournament it's totally different. Like, for instance, I'm here talking to you, right? So,
Not sleeping.
Yes. So, okay, it's kind of balances itself out, I guess, at the end. Yeah, so for me, it's always been a bit of a challenge to balance it. I guess I've been playing maybe a little bit too much for my standards in a row, and I'm already longing for a break and some small vacation. But other than that, it's more or less fine, yeah.
Only 5 days to go of very exciting chess. I mean, I wish you all the best of luck and to still find some energy for fantastic games you play always. We are looking forward for it. Thank you, Richard.
Thanks so much.
It's time
Hello
to
and
fight.
welcome back. The importance of this upcoming round, it's showing in that graphic. Magnus.
All right, the first and second in standings playing each other, Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Fabi's still in contention for the second place because he's only half a point behind Nepo.
And it was Fabi that stopped the winning streak of Magnus by making that early draw. That extra half point, well, can Jan upset Magnus and make it close?
Because Magnus hasn't lost any games in the Blitz yet.
Not at all. And Miro, jump in. You had that moment when Vichy could have played knight e1 check and put a big fat 0.
As you said, Magnus hasn't lost a single game, but he was that close. Like, it's unimaginable. Against Vichy. Is that the one? Yes. And then the moment... Yeah, wait a second. Don't start, please. Don't start, please. Yeah, bishop a5, knight e4, and how about this knight e1? Vichy, what's wrong? It's just, it wins in exchange, it wins the game.
Right.
Wow.
It was that close. And Vichy knows it too.
Looks like he's thinking about it right now.
Yeah, he has that look of the man, of the player who carrying the baggage of the previous round on his shoulders. And here's our marquee matchup as b2, b3. The Bent Larsen.
Gotta take Magnus out of the opening, but the problem is Magnus was prepared against b3 too.
And how do you like that? That almost looks like one of those 1-minute bullet games where the players have pre-moved, right? e3, g6, and you win a rook.
And usually you pre-move bishop g7 and you lose it right away.
Exactly. e4, f4. Miro.
As aggressive as it can get.
That is a real shock for me. e4 and f4. No, that can't be
It is
good.
a theory, and notably, there is one game from 1992 played between Sofia and Judith Polgar, believe it or not.
Really?
I mean, won that game.
Wow. First of all, I would say after e7, e5, I like to play black. Like, I'm just feeling I'm better with black after like 5 moves. I'm really, really surprised. So it takes knight g4. So the idea of all of this is the fact that White's king is still in the center. e3, a little bit tender.
So I have to play queen e2 here?
Wow, queen e2 just looks awkward, right?
It does.
Queen e2, knight c6, and it feels like, at least for me, that black has an early initiative, and well, that whole sequence with f4 and e4 is not. It's boomeranged, I want to say, against Nepo at the moment. Knight g4 and Nepo's in a think tank, an indication that something is wrong. Knight d2, ignoring knight e3 is a possibility. Okay, I'd probably play knight c6, although I'd really think about knight e3 long and hard. That looks like a really good move. You're going to have to play queen c1.
It's funny to see these guys in trouble after move 7.
I know. Something wrong with that.
With the white pieces.
Knight c6. Now queen e2, trying to make amends. Knight takes e5. Again, it just feels like...
So now knight f3, rook e8.
Right.
White has to castle long.
Sometime earlier in the tournament, Miro, you were telling me that Nepo is playing a king's gambit. Right. And if I saw this position, something about this king. It has features of a king's gambit. I'll put it like that. Again, I still like Magnus's position very
And for
much.
a good reason, Yasser. Magnus is winning.
Okay.
You're always with the winners.
Yeah, and well, we have Queen G5 check, getting out of the discovery with
Is there Bishop
game.
G4 coming, or
Yes.
how is he winning?
Yes.
Bishop G4, I have Queen D2. So I'm assuming King B1 here.
King B1, just take on E5.
Oh, okay.
King B1, take on E5, followed by Bishop G4. Yeah.
This is only move 15.
And
Magnus.
Nepo looking to the side, looking askance, like,
Why did I
this
play
is ugly.
B3?
like, how do I get myself out of here? Bishop takes E5, and
It'd be too late to figure out how to get out of this.
well, first of all, your material down.
We can even take
and
Rook E5. You don't
Yeah.
have. You don't need to play Bishop G4.
your material down, and you're under attack. So black has the compensation as well. Queen C4. Inviting B5, by the way.
B5. Can I
No.
take on C7? No.
Don't think so. I mean, Rook
Yeah.
C8 looks
I'll
pretty
play
awful.
Queen C6 maybe.
You know, I almost overdid it there. I want to play Rook C5, but Rook C5, Queen takes C5, and my intended discovery has a drawback. Bishop C2, Queen C2. B5,
This
Rook
might be
D8.
a very quick game.
And again, I mean, Magnus leading by 3 points, Nepo playing very, very well. We were anticipating a huge clash, and it's a one-sided affair, a terribly one-sided affair at the moment. Magnus is going to have to blunder badly to allow Nepo back in the game. I like the move Rook D8. I liked B5 as well, but it just feels very one-sided at the moment.
Because whether I take on D8 or go Bishop D3, I'm going to lose another pawn.
Yeah, G2 is hanging too. By the way, with a victory, Magnus would clinch. Because again, he came into to this round with a 3-point lead, and that head shake of Nepo just says it all. Is Bishop E2
So
on the board?
if Magnus wins this game, he would win the tournament 3 rounds in advance?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. By the way, B5 on the board now. So it's all going his way. Bishop on to
Oh, Queen
E2,
C7, there's Rook C8.
as before.
And we're going to see that.
And I think it's resigns. Queen takes
Yeah.
C7, Rook C8. Bishop on E2 is hanging. Pawn on G2, pardon me. Bishop on E2 is hanging. Pawn on C2 is hanging with a check.
I guess best he
When it
can do
rains,
is-
it pours. Miro, this is a disaster,
He
and
resigned.
there's the handshake. Let's jump to our game between Duda and Fabi.
They're discussing, but yes, Duda Fabi. Wow.
What do we have?
Duda has a lot of extra. Oh, just one pawn. It looked like he had more.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm still counting. How did you do that?
Leach has told me.
Okay. Taking advice from where you can get it. 2 bishops.
This looks really bad for Fabi because his knight is completely out of place.
Yep. I think that
think
does
Duda
kind
is
of clear the
just
cobwebs. A2,
much
A3.
better.
And you could post up too. Rook C1, Rook C5. And by the way, just to confirm, we wanted to wait to get that confirmation, but yes, Magnus has won the Croatia SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz. Our champion, $40,000 richer. Our congratulations to Magnus, and for one of the most extraordinary performances we've ever witnessed. A perfect 9-0 in day 4.
And after today, he might become world #1 in Blitz as well in the live ratings. We'll see. There's still more rounds, but he has a chance to overtake Firouzja.
somehow with all of the accolades, that was the least I was expecting, that, you know, he gains
30 points.
30 rating points. No, I'll take the check. Nice. Bishop takes g5, knight f6, and when you think about the rating points, just 2 more victories and he'd be that 2900 class. That's pretty
That's
good.
a big achievement.
That's extraordinary, actually. And
so now the other players are definitely only playing for the second place.
yes.
And I think there's only, well, Fabi and Nepo are playing for the second. Could Firouzja possibly catch them? Unlikely.
Well, with Nepo's loss and the potential of Fabi losing
that's
this
true.
game,
And if Firouzja wins his, he actually has a chance.
and he was your choice.
He
I'll give you credit where credit is due. Fabi was Miro's choice, and you guys are fighting.
We're doing okay.
Yeah. Duda, by the way, he impressed me so greatly in Warsaw, where he and Magnus were dueling one another all the way to the finish line. And Duda almost caught Magnus at the very end. I'm sure I expected more from Duda. I'm sure he expected more from himself. 15.5 points at the moment. A victory in this game. We'll get him some GCT points. Well, it's okay.
I think we
It's
underestimate how tired these players can be. I think Duda has been playing absolutely non-stop for months.
Okay. Has he?
Yeah.
Yeah. So sometimes the players, I think it was somebody pointed out to me that Hans Niemann had been playing like 60 games in 2 months. It was just, you know, nonstop indeed. Oh, by the way, beautiful moves. First of all, the inclusion of a4, a little move that secures as a protected pass pawn. That was big, and then the move d5.
Okay, now Duda is up 3 pawns.
You were waiting to say that. 3 pawns. That sounds like a lot, Miro. 3 pawns.
Yeah, his position is winning already for quite some time, but now there is like literally 0 chance for Fabi.
And rook c1, rook c6. I was saying a post up some time ago, but that looks really, really good. What is he waiting for?
And a little update, Richie Rapport won his game with a checkmate against Ivan Saric.
Okay, that's a rarity.
We haven't seen many checkmates. People usually resign right before.
They're too fast. They do get in that resignation quickly. Again, rook c1 and rook c6, and I think Fabi would have to throw in the towel once we see that. And it's just too compelling.
There's no counterplay, no chances for black. He's trying, he just played f5, but queen just steps back and...
Queen d3, yeah.
Yeah. I wonder what was the opening that gave Fabi such a bad position. Or maybe he made a mistake in the middle game later on.
Whatever it was, this is so bad. I mean, it's almost like put your throw in the towel. Rook c6 is on White's agenda, as is bishop g5, as is g takes f5. Full disaster unfolding here for
both
Fabi.
Fabi and Nepo, this round has been a disaster.
Truly. Rook f8, again, the move bishop g5, but rook c6. How can you not play rook c6?
Hard to resist, and Duda has played it.
Yeah.
Oh, and now black's king is completely open as well.
Again, and when it rains, it pours, right? Check. Now we...
And 6 seconds for Fabi.
No,
Bishop c5 looks good.
Bishop c5 looks
Just so I
excellent. You
can
want
bring
queen
the queen
g3,
over.
right? I was wondering also, bishop g5, rook a4, queen g3, that type of thing. You're just setting up checkmates. By the way, we have a pass pawn as well. We forgot about that. Rook takes h3, queen b5, or
You
b7.
can push b7 right away.
Yeah.
He's played queen c2.
And somebody's flag fell?
Either flagged or Fabi resigned, not sure. And Firouzja won his game against Anand.
Do we have any remaining games?
Again, these players are just not making any draws.
Constantin and Gukesh. Let's jump in and see what's going on between these two gladiators.
Big surprise, but wait, I thought Constantin was winning.
Wait a minute, Rook F1. And
Not anymore.
there's a checkmate on H1, and there goes an exchange, and suddenly Gukesh is...
Up in exchange, but that c-pawn is still pretty dangerous.
True that.
And both players under 10 seconds.
Oof, oof.
Easy to blunder for both sides. Yeah, I think White's king is safer now.
By the way, there was a chance there when Constantin could just have played the move c7. Ooh,
still an
knight
option.
e6. Oh, he didn't play knight e6.
Knight b5 looks good, and then maybe I can get in knight d6, but
Okay, he's...
this position is full of tactics, and neither of them have any time to calculate.
I mean, probably the computer will be telling us it's a win for black, but I tell you, I see three
Not
results.
Sure, with that pawn on c7.
No, that pawn on c7 is a massive...
Maybe black is
Uh-oh.
defended.
Rook takes c7 on tap. Rook takes c7?
Oops.
Yes.
Okay.
They-
Pawn is gone.
And that was huge. The clock times again?
Wait, what happened? Oh, Lupulescu flagged.
Wow. A very, very relieved Gukesh there at the very end as he maybe dodged something of a bullet. Miro, fill in the gaps of another very exciting
Well,
round.
Lupulescu, poor Lupulescu, he was one move away from winning this game.
Oh.
Wow. Well, still hasn't scored a single win. Well, I'm really limited on time this time. So just quickly, highlights of the game between Alireza and Vichy. So it all started here, well, already quite complex, but relatively balanced position, and Alireza is going to sacrifice a knight. B takes, black gets the chance to run away with his horsey. E takes f6. H7, H6, because knight g5 was threatening, and then white goes c5 here. Anand should have gone knight to c4, after which apparently black would have better chances. Knight d5 and queen d4, and then up to the point they play with computer precision. Knight b8, trying to get on c6, knight c6, queen a4, knight a7, and really was such a sharp game. Just look at this picturesque position. So both queens are attacked, knight f7, bishop c2, nobody's taking nothing, bishop d5, almost like, you know, Mikhail Tal was reincarnated. c7, c6, bishop c6, mistake from Firouzja. Anand absolutely had to take the knight on f7, after which we are getting a crazy position like this, and then white even can consider capturing the bishop when he's a rook down, but black still has like all the pieces hanging and so on. Yes, and Vichy missed this one. He went bishop b3, after which bishop takes, king takes, bishop f3. Black is up a piece for a lot of pawns, and we already seen in the previous round how good Firouzja is with a bunch of pawns, so he didn't really give Vichy any chance. All right, and then to continue with some analysis, let's go to Zagreb, Croatia with Cristian Anastasiya.
Yes, so we were checking the game of Fabiano Caruana against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. It was a very important game for this round. We were still fighting for the second place. And you saw that you caught the last minutes of the game. And Cristian, what happened before? Where Fabi lost the track?
Well, I have to say, it probably went bad early on for Fabiano. Out of the opening, it just didn't feel like he has a very good position. We saw the Trompovsky c5. This is a very aggressive way to play with the black pieces. At the same time, it felt like Duda did take a very impressive approach to his opening stance. Bishop to f5, knight to f3, and this was a big mistake for Fabiano. e6, allowing the move knight to h4. You're not supposed to allow this, because after bishop to g6, and this is what we've seen all throughout the game, he was just struggling to find any sort of counterplay on the light squares. It's bad, it never got any better, and unfortunately for Fabiano, he couldn't take advantage of the fact that Magnus beat his direct rival for second place, Jan Nepomniachtchi,
I saw now Magnus, leaving the playing hall. He was happy. And actually, he doesn't need even to show up for the next rounds because he has already won the tournament.
Congratulations to Magnus. We will be taking a short break. In fact, we will, let's take a look at the standings as we are entering the final 3 games. We see Magnus has already won the championship.
4 points ahead, so
impressive.
That's it.
Absolutely impressive. Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana still vying for position for second place. Alireza also
has chances still, yes, to
has
fight
some
also.
chances.
Yes.
Absolutely. We're going to go on a short commercial break. We'll be back with round 7 in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Ivan, I'm glad to see you once again in Croatia. You're playing for the 3rd time already, and this event attracts lots of crowd here. I mean, many people come to the playing hall to watch you, especially playing. Does it give you extra motivation?
Yes, but also gives extra pressure as well. So, as I said, for me this is one of the most important tournaments in a year because I play with the strongest players in the world. And I'm trying to do my best and make myself shown in the best possible way, considering the chess part. Also it's the strongest tournament in Croatia, and that's why it always attracts a lot of people to watch, and also the best players in the world are here. So I guess all of this matters.
Yeah, do you think chess is getting more and more popular in Croatia? How do you feel?
Yeah, I think in general in the world, it's same in Croatia. In the last couple of years, mostly thanks to this online boom, I think chess is becoming way more popular than it used to be, and I like where this trend is going so far.
Yeah, that definitely goes this way. And I remember you playing last year in this event. You had so many winning, great positions, and I remember you spoiled many of them. But still, you showed your strengths and that you're able, of course, to fight with all chess players here. My question is, did you try to change something in your prep, in your approach to this event? And I know that you had this camp together with Van Forest and also some other Norwegians. How did it go?
This camp wasn't so intended for me, but I always like to go there and enjoy just playing some chess before this event. About my losses from the previous year, yeah, it was tough messing up so many winning positions or losing the drawn positions. This year I'll try to be a bit more focused in the time trouble. Since I think that's my weakest part of the game, when I'm like down, let's say 1 minute and less, I start to play very, very badly, and I'm hoping that this year I will improve that aspect of the game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, good luck with that. And my last question is, in 2021, 2022, there was a different field. This time we have many new players. And whom am I looking forward to play against the most?
Well, usually I like to play against Magnus, since that's always, how to say, I forgot the right word in English.
Challenging, maybe.
Yeah, challenging, exactly. You know what I meant. And besides, I think I've already played with everyone else in the field many times, so I know the players as well. And actually last year it seemed like very strong, yeah, so this year it's similar, but it lot depends on my form and whether I'll be able to convert good positions.
Yeah.
If I reach them.
Yeah, that's great. All the best of luck for you in the tournament.
Thank you very much.
It's time to fight for titles. The best juniors, girls, and senior chess players converge in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the U.S. Junior, Girls, and Senior Championship. Beginning July 15th, 30 players will compete across 3 fields for over a $150,000 prize fund. This tournament features the top junior and senior chess players in the nation, including the young up-and-comer Carissa Yip, young junior phenom Abhimanyu Mishra, and returning senior champion Alexander Shabalov. 3 titles are on the line, and you won't want to miss it. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
The Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of Chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome back, everyone, as we have our standings after 15 rounds of Blitz. Please do the honors, Nazi.
Magnus Carlsen extending his lead and actually winning the tournament 3 rounds ahead.
Our congratulations to Magnus. All he had to do that was win 11 in a row. Well done.
Well done indeed. And in second place at the moment, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and only half point behind Fabiano Caruana. Firouzja with still some chances to finish second.
Absolutely. And tell us about the pairings for round 16 coming up.
Let's take a look. We have, I think Magnus is playing Firouzja.
That's a huge game for, and of course, again, our champion, Magnus Carlsen, $40,000 richer, but he will go away from this event thinking about that streak of 11 consecutive wins. Sorry.
So Carlsen is playing Firouzja. That will be our key match. Anand is playing Lupulescu, Gukesh against Duda, Caruana Saric, and Rapport Nepomniachtchi.
That will be a backup game. Very, very nice. And with Magnus taking the 13 GCT points, what GC2 points are available for our second and third and fourth place finishers?
So they're fighting for 10 points, 8, 7, and so on.
Yes, precisely so. Right, and that is why that game between Gukesh, too, by the way, and Duda is very important, because that's a half a point gap between the two as they are playing in this round 16. Sorry, for a moment there, I forgot what round number it was. It was like, because Magnus won with 4 rounds to spare. That's so extraordinary. It's like, the tournament's over. Thank you all for coming. Goodbye. We'll wrap things up right here, right now. But no, we've got 4 more rounds to go. Magnus Carlsen versus Firouzja. I'm very curious how they do against one another in their head-to-head, because once again, coming into the tournament, Firouzja was the world's #1 as far as blitz players are concerned. And there you see him at the board waiting for his, well, illustrious rival.
It's usually hard to play well when you have nothing to play for, meaning that Magnus already won the tournament.
Right.
But
in this case, playing for second, third, fourth Grand Chess Tour points is so crucial for Alireza. Again, he is the defending tour champion, and he wants to get as many points as he can as he returns to St. Louis, where he had a dream, couple of work, well, dream events, because he did the Rapid and Blitz, and Vichy kind of faded, right, Miro?
Right, I think he started with the win, but then everything goes against him, it seems.
Yeah, missing knight e1 against knight e1 check against Magnus was particularly egregious. That would have won the game most certainly for Vichy.
How do you recover from that missing 91?
I know, you just feel it. And here we go, as Magnus starts with knight f3.
In this tournament, we haven't seen Magnus playing any crazy openings like he did in Poland, right? He was playing b5s and all kinds of
things, mixing it up. He still has this propensity at times to do, right? Commentators curse. A little bit of unusual off the beaten track, but then they transpose into the exchange Slav, which has a very drawing reputation. C3 on move 2, not a novelty.
I guess there's no way to avoid transposing into Slav after C3.
No. Now here's a question. If I go knight f6, which he did not do, bishop f4, would that have been a draw offer?
I don't think Magnus would do that.
No, but I don't think Alireza is interested in it either. At this moment, because he's trailing Nepo and Fabi by so many points, it's kind of like all or nothing.
Yes, because I think he has the 4th place probably more or less guaranteed.
Right.
So he has to go all in and try to win as many games as possible in the last 3 rounds.
Exactly.
Hard to do that with black against Magnus.
Truly.
Now we might see queen b6 after bishop g5. Oh, f6. Yes, we have f6 on the board, and bishop goes back to d2. What do you think?
Yeah, this is... it's a lot of toing and froing with the bishop, but the knight is offside, so you more or less are going to play a kind of a Dutch, not a Dutch stonewall, but you're kind of provoked to playing f5. I didn't like really playing g6. My knight on h5 could get trapped, so f5 stops that. And, well, if you want to be really annoying,
go back.
Bishop to g5, that's kind of a funny move. But I don't think,
Why need to start developing?
Yeah, I think it's time just to go e3 and start fighting for the e5 square, bishop b5 and knight e5, certainly I would find attractive, e3 on the board. If I'm in black shoes, by the way, I'd probably want to play a6 to avoid bishop b5 and knight e5. So he's allowing it, knight f6.
Bishop d6, maybe. Would you still play 95?
Yes, I would, with alacrity, speed. Get in that move, knight e5.
Well, Firouzja played bishop d7 exactly against 95.
Right. Now,
Short castle, bishop d6.
Bishop d6, knight e2.
I like that pawn on f5. Maybe I should start playing the Dutch.
Yeah, it's not injurious at the moment, but now we're starting to feel it. Okay, so the knight comes to e5, and if you take, this is one of those things where I recapture, and I find that the square d4 becomes really, really like this perfect Incr model square for the knight. Castles on the board. I feel that after knight takes c6, things are petering out, but still the structure advantageous for white. Knight takes c6, b takes c6, knight to a4 with the idea of rook c1, and maybe on a good day f3, bishop back. Just you're seeing a lot of arrows here, but I think you played knight e2 immediately. Yes.
Yes, bishop b5.
Very important, by the way, to get in that move before white is quick with queen b3 and bishop b4.
Q1. I think in the last 3 rounds it will be interesting to see if anyone can defeat Magnus. If Magnus can lose one game in the Blitz.
He did lose one game in Poland, right? He won 11.
He had 10 and a half out of 11.
Draw 6, something like that.
And then he lost 1, yes.
Boy, I mean, something to celebrate. And in the 18 rounds of Blitz, you beat Magnus once, and, you know, it's headline news.
Because right now I like Black's position. Maybe Firouzja has a chance.
Yeah, wait a minute, just a second. Miro, has Magnus given his opponent, he messed something up because, wait a minute, queen h4 is a massive threat at the moment.
Right, those last couple of moves, knight e2 and rook e1, were not the best, and now black seems to be better. And you have to play really awkward moves like knight f4, queen h4, knight h3, and then black takes the pawn.
Yuck.
Or white can simply play h3 and just give up the e5 pawn, right?
Yeah, I think that's the way to go at this moment. h3, knight takes e5, knight f4 with the idea of bishop c3 and try to take your chances in the bishops of opposite color.
Well, to avoid that, Magnus could, Firouzja could take on e2 first and then take on e5. So it'll be knight versus bishop with an extra pawn. So on h3, bishop takes e2.
h3, bishop e2, rook e2, knight e5, bishop c3. Yeah, I mean, it's an extra pawn. It's a good pawn. Why not? And he has done h3. Did we see bishop e2?
Yes.
Good call, Nazi.
We are guessing some moves.
Well, when they're forcing, we're showing our understanding, our prowess. An extra pawn, Firouzja, dare I say it, has the best position. No, what am I saying? Magnus has actually had some losing positions that he's
also has 2 extra minutes on the clock, Firouzja. He has 3 minutes and 20 seconds against 1 minute and 20 seconds.
It was terrible clock management that Firouzja had against Fabi, which ended up costing him the game. But with extra time,
this is his best chance.
For sure.
Couldn't have asked for more.
No. a4 on the board. Now it's a pause because when you're playing against your opponent's bishop and your opponent is putting their pawns on dark squares, you would like to keep your opponent's pawns on dark squares. So moves like b5 start to be attractive. but in this particular case, finding a better square for the knight so you can play rook c4 also starts to be attractive.
I actually like e5 here for black.
e5. e5, rook d2.
Oh, we have different moves. So Firouzja played knight d7, queen d4.
Okay, rook c4. It's time. Rook c4.
Oh, I think after rook c4, Magnus will offer the queen trade, queen e5.
I will happily capture the queen and capture the pawn on a4.
You're not afraid of rook c...
Don't go rook c8 check. Don't go rook c8 check. My knight is waiting in ambush.
Rook c7 looks good enough, though.
Ooh, I was about to say, don't go queen a7, knight c8. You might get ensnared in a terrible... Oh, why trade a pawns? Knight c8, wouldn't that have...
Queen a8 was the only move, if knight c8.
Exactly. And then the queen is, well, there, right?
Oh yeah, knight c8, and then maybe rook f to c7.
And you're all tied up and everything. Now, I feel this compensation, strangely enough. Things, okay, you can go e5, rook takes e4.
We have to take on c2 first.
c2, rook c2.
Then maybe play h6 just so our king always has an escape.
Useful, useful. b6 and rook c7 is something you might want to avoid if you're black.
I don't think we can avoid it, but maybe we can prepare for it.
Rook check. Queen. Well, at a certain moment, e5 is going to be a disturbance, right?
Also f4. Black needs to play f4 very quickly and try to get something going on the king side.
By the way, Vichy and Constantin
have drawn their game.
Draw. It's so rare we're saying draw.
I think we haven't had any draws in a while.
Truly, 5 decisive games.
Oh, and apparently Rapport is winning against Nepo.
That's huge. The fight for second has been so close. By the way, b7, b6 came with strange timing because black, Firouzja had the choices of both e5 and f4, and now it's Magnus saying, okay, I better trade queens, otherwise my king's going to come under attack. Sorry, Nazi.
But what if I play queen b4, threatening queen e1?
That's an excellent question.
Because h8 is safe. I'm not getting mated.
And that's very, very nice. That's an important point that the knight is doing a great job guarding. But queen b4, I guess rook c7, I'm allowing...
Both have about 40 seconds now, but Firouzja exchanges the queens and goes e5.
Okay, he's still a pawn up. So he's got every reason to think that he's better, but, well, I mean...
The pawn on b6 is very good.
Indeed. And
and
he's
now rook
trying
c7 looks...
He's trying to
very
leverage
good
that.
for white, because I don't even have knight f8.
Right? No,
Am I
I'm
just losing the b7 pawn?
Yeah, but there is a passer, right?
But let's say,
So if you go e4, for example, I'll go back to d8. If you take on b7, d3 is the issue.
But there's king f2 here. I can play king f2.
Your king is in time. I go
Yes.
d3.
King e1.
I go knight
Knight's too far.
h4. We have a trade, and Magnus
But there's
prepares
rook
to
b5
blockade.
now, winning the pawn, right?
Yes, he does. Yes.
Okay, so Firouzja's... Oh, it's not winning the pawn. I forgot bishop can go back. But if Magnus wins this game,
yes,
he joins the 2900 club.
Impressive, impressive. Ooh, I love this move, knight f4. That is a nasty move. You can't take the pawn on d4. There's knight e2 check. In the meanwhile, you can't play king f2 either, because...
But he took b7 now and d3 and...
How do you defend the pawn? Rook d5.
Who's
rook
promoting
d5.
first?
Rook d5.
b7, d2, b8, d1, and then the whole other endgame.
Oh my gosh, but you're in a pin, but I can't take advantage of your king.
7
That's
seconds
crazy.
for Firouzja.
Rook takes
He
b6?
goes rook d5.
No.
72. So we went from endgame to middle game again.
How's that possible? We talk about going from the opening to the ending. How do you go from the ending to the middle game?
Nepo did save his game and he drew, which is good news for him. What is happening here?
Well, Magnus just blundered a bishop.
But there was queen e6 hanging. He could have taken the knight.
What?
Yeah, there was queen e6 and rook takes d1. Now
And
he's
now
just
it
down
just,
a piece.
yeah, now
I
it's
just
over.
said, will Magnus lose a single game? And we're
the
about to see
answer
it.
is
Wow.
yes, he will.
Well, it's still not over, but
Not
it has
quite.
to
Yeah. Clock time, sorry?
be. Magnus is up to 20 seconds. Firouzja is still 7 seconds, but he can definitely
Catch up very,
right,
very
he can
nicely.
play
He's
fast
got
now. And
he's got so many moves to catch up quickly.
Oh, yeah,
Queen
that was-
e3 check, king h6, just safeguard your king. Get into those checks.
yeah, there was definitely a moment where
Well,
Magnus
queen
could have
takes e6.
taken the knight. Yeah, but he missed it.
Right. So now all Firouzja has to do is maneuver his knight to the g3 square. So knight f4, knight h5, or knight f4, knight e2 on his agenda. Of course, you have to make sure that you're not making an illegal move.
I think what he needs the most is to gain time on the clock.
True,
Because always playing with just 5 seconds is just nerve-wracking.
true. Now, if we go queen g5 and go into the king and pawn endgame, that's it. Just depends on where our king is, right?
It's fascinating that Firouzja has a clear extra piece, and it's still hard to beat Magnus.
I know, like that's just not fair. By
4
the way, he's
seconds.
doing it in a very, very strange way. The king was fine on h6. The queen was fine on f6. Then, with the queen on f6, the king on h6, you could have put the knight on g3, and it would have been just easily winning.
I actually like bringing the king more towards the center for black.
Okay.
You'll always be able to cover with the queen or the knight.
True.
Well, hopefully.
And now he's back to the ideal setup with the queen on f6 and the knight.
Just needs the knight on g3.
Yeah, he just goes knight h5, and whoa, he
By the
played
way-
that with how many seconds on his clock?
Very few. Gukesh has won his game against Duda. Yeah, I think Firouzja just needs to put the knight on h5.
Right? Or in this case, put the queen on d5 and maybe take on g2?
Okay, we're getting close to that idea.
Yes, we certainly are.
Yes, queen
Queen
d5.
d5 or queen e4.
King's running. There's no way there's perpetual here.
Right?
Right?
Queen to d5. Queen to
Queen
d5.
d5 ends the game.
Yeah.
Well, I can never call it with Magnus.
By the way, there is mate on g2.
Yes. And
Checkmate. And
officially-
finally,
Wow.
wow, our congratulations to Firouzja as
One
he,
and only who
but by the way, that
defeated
denies
Magnus.
him the 2900 class. And then the remaining game, Fabi
All the other games have
versus?
finished. Fabi drew, and only win we had besides Firouzja was Gukesh. All the other
Wow.
games were drawn.
Miro, catch us up, please. Fill the gaps of this very eventful round as we see Magnus becoming a human being again.
Right, but he had all the chances to remain. You know, even after this opening, which went absolutely wrong and so on, he managed to seize the advantage once again. So indeed, the move that Nazi was mentioning, king to f2, would have been like almost winning for white, and especially in case of d3, because king goes here, and if you try some sort of counterattack, there is a very important resource at e4. You push the rook back, and then go king d2 and collect the b7, and the b pawn is much stronger than black's d pawn. Right, then we've seen what happened the way he blundered, right? I mean, I'm not even sure what to say. like he could have taken, right?
On
The
E6.
knights, yeah. Queen E6
Right,
was just
rook
hanging.
E6, and
It was a little bit
much
earlier.
later, right? Where was it? Check this. Aha, rook takes D6, a check on E4, brilliant resource, right? And then just take it. And I think it could have been like he was on seconds, and maybe he declined Queen E6 because of rook takes D7 because the rook is hanging.
Right.
Just not realizing that it's a check, you know.
Right.
Okay, there's one more game that I wanted to showcase quickly. Rapport was completely winning against Nepo at some point. Well, he has won a pawn somewhere around here. Yeah, like move 27, just captured the pawn on b5, and here white has everything. Like a pair of bishops, you know, an extra pawn, black king being weak, and then what's interesting, practically on every move, every next move, the engine suggests play g3, win the game, play g3, win the game. He ended up playing g3, and it was still much better for Rishi, and then few moves later after g4, all he needed to do is to take on g4. Knight takes bishop g1, and yeah, it's not winning by itself, but like you have everything under control, the king is safe, and so on and so on. And he erred with f4, and then after bishop b2, all of a sudden there is no way of protecting the d5 pawn. So the rooks were traded, white's still slightly better, but Nepo managed to save the endgame.
Very, very nice. You hate that when you let your opponent off the hook. You have everything under control. And standings. Please, Nazi, do the honors. We know our tournament winner.
Again, congrats, Magnus. But
Right.
for the second place, Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano, Caruana, and now Firouzja, all fighting for the second place.
Absolutely. It's quite the contest as we, just in that game that was just recently played between Magnus and Firouzja, we had some, you know, magic of TV and body language of the two players just towards the end here. Yeah, I mean, as they played that very nervy, I mean, what you were saying, Firouzja up a whole piece. But Magnus is like...
Still hard to beat him. Like if I was sitting
trying to
across
think of-
Magnus with an extra piece, I would still not be sure at all
Right.
that I can win it.
Yeah, it's almost like Frankenstein, and the monster keeps playing on. And let's jump to Croatia with Anastasiya and Cristian.
Yeah, finally somebody managed to take him down, take the monster down. Magnus, that is just an incredible tournament he's had. But I have to say, once again, the fight for second position is heating up. And once again, Fabiano had a great opportunity to take advantage of the fact that Nepo did not lose. He was completely losing. He did not lose, but he made a draw. So Fabiano with a victory, he would have caught up with Nepo. Unfortunately for him, it did not happen. And in fact, he almost lost against Ivan Saric. Let's take a look at this game. Queen to b3, rook to c8, bishop to e2, Fabiano with the white pieces, Ivan Saric with the black pieces. And sure, white has a slight advantage, the two bishops, but black has a lot of compensation for it. At some point, I will be able to go e5, open up the position, and get to your king. And once again, this is a theme that we will be seeing in this game. It's king safety. And take a look at this. Queen to d1, king to f1. White does not want to castle. You cannot castle because you're going to lose the h3 pawn. So you have to keep the rook on h1. e5 at the right moment. Nicely played by Ivan Saric, d4. And at this point, white is having a tremendous position because black cannot take on d4 back. So this is just a pawn sacrifice.
Why? Because if you take it, you lose your queen, yes?
Well, you also lose
your
the
rook, and
rook.
then
You lose everything
Yes.
after this, of course. And after this, maybe even bishop to f5 because you cannot take your pin down. So this one is completely losing if you take on d4. But the plan was always to try to accommodate white on the king side with the move queen to d5. And again, it's all about the king's safety. At this point, he made a bad move, Fabiano. He played the move f3. It just weakens the king too much. What he had to do was just the simple king to g1. And this would have kept the position as is, maybe even ideas of bishop to f1 and then bishop to g2.
Nice.
Beautiful place for the bishop, and after that, it's all she wrote. All I have to do is get the rook from h1 into play, and this is game over. So, a golden opportunity. He played f3, and this gives black a lot of compensation. To my eyes, at this point, it's black who's playing for a victory, because the king is so unsafe on f1, and the rook on h1 is not really playing.
Not yet.
An important part. Everything is kind of hanging, right? So we got into this endgame, in which it felt like black has the upper hand, but the position should remain more or less equal. Even though, at this particular moment, it felt like white managed to harmonize his pieces, right? Consolidate, harmonize pieces.
I want to take on d4 as well, sometimes.
Get a pawn, right? I still have some weaknesses.
Yes.
And this was a critical opportunity because he could have exchanged the rooks with a move rook to c1. This was the key moment.
And black cannot avoid it.
You cannot take it
Knight
because
e5.
of knight to e5.
Wow, that's a nice trick.
And if you exchange the rooks, well, thank you very much. You cannot touch my pawns anymore on the king side. I will go knight to d3, I will pick up your pawn, and then slowly I'm going to push you back. This is a very easy technical win, and Fabi wouldn't have risked not winning
But
this
rook
one.
c1 was a nice move, yes.
Nice move.
He didn't play it, yes?
Nice move,
Rook
and
f2.
he played rook f2, of course, again, with few seconds on the clock. This
Yes.
is not easy. He was even worse at that point, but we don't have that much time, so I want to give you the opportunity to
Check the last game,
talk to
which
us
we
about the
didn't
game
cover,
between-
was between Anand and Lupulescu.
Yes.
I would say to the credit of a Romanian player, he's still fighting in each game, and this one was not an exception. You can check at this moment, I like this move 94, yes, and then after you take d5, and actually there is not a nice place for the knight, even if you go to knight g5, still d4, and what will you do with your bishop? Same goes with knight g3, again d4, so he decided to go back, and then after d4, black takes the piece back.
Nice piece
And
sacrifice.
yes, nice piece sacrifice, and you can see that black actually has quite good position. Computer actually liked it, so Vichy decided to take at least this two bishops advantage. He took the bishop on c8, and later on, I mean, they played quite a balanced game. I think Constantin had some chances even somewhere because his pieces are more active, but at the end of the day, the game finished in a draw. Yes,
But
so-
that's the thing. Constantin always seems to be playing very good opening
Yes.
phase. He's getting some chances, but then it's all about the time situation. Right?
Yeah.
He always falters whenever they get to their last couple of seconds.
Exactly, yes, but okay, still fighting, yes, in this tournament. Yeah, and I think it's the last time that our followers will see me today in the show, and I would like to remind everyone to follow our social media accounts, Grand Chess Tour, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And thank you thanks for everyone, for watching us today, and also for my colleagues.
Oh, it was a pleasure. It was
Always.
a pleasure
It
to
is.
work with you, Anastasiya. We're not kicking you out. We're
No.
just getting ready for the closing ceremony. And actually, the people in St. Louis want to say goodbye as well.
Anastasia,
Miro,
thank you
there's
for
Yasser
everything.
and, Nazi, yes.
From Nazi and
Yes.
I, Miro, thank you
Yeah,
for
thanks
your
a lot.
social media work.
I
Really great.
follow her social media, love all your posts.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and let's catch up in the social media. Yes.
Right.
Should we talk about predictions since it's the last
No.
time we
I was trying to
No.
How are you
avoid
doing?
it. I was
No,
trying
we
to
shouldn't
avoid it,
talk
but
about
what to do now?
predictions.
Yes, my boy doesn't do well. Yes. I say Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Yasser. We picked. Jan.
Hey, you did well. You
Yes,
did
yes.
well.
Anastasia,
better than
your pick was brilliant.
I'm still,
I congratulate.
I'm still fighting slowly.
Yes, yes, yes.
Miro is doing
Thank you,
well.
Yasser. Thank you.
Yes, yes. You show
Yes, but we'll see
understanding,
Next time.
not like you know what I mean.
There's always next time.
Always next
See,
time.
but Firouzja is still.
Thank you, and let's take a look at the pairings coming up for this penultimate round as the fight for second is intense, and what a round we have in this terms of this fight for second. Nazi.
Right, so on board one will be Rapport against Carlsen, but the match we're going to follow closely will be Nepomniachtchi against Caruana.
As the destiny is then in the hands of the players.
Then Saric is playing Gukesh, Duda is facing Anand, and Lupulescu against Firouzja.
And both Nepo and Fabi are saying to Lupulescu, Okay, so it's time for you to make your victory. And as we get ready for the 17th round, once again, a big thank you to our sponsors, the Croatia Full of Life Foundation, thank you very much, and the SuperUnited Foundation, as well as the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center here in St. Louis for all you do, and the World Chess Hall of Fame. You folks just make our life so much more fun.
And we couldn't do this without our amazing sponsors, so
absolutely.
Huge thank you.
And for I want to say the wild card player Magnus, it's getting to be a habit of being the champion and $40,000
still in
richer.
the maximum Grandmaster points.
Exactly, taking 13 points. In this podcast, Fabi and Cristian, Fabi said, you know, like I was rooting for Magnus in Poland to take first and take the Grand Chess Tour points. Now he's not rooting so much. Lots of chess still coming your way. Guess what? Upcoming, the U.S. Juniors and Seniors Champion. For me, it's a reunion.
But I'll be back for Chess 9LX in September.
Nice, nice. And Chess 9LX, of course, is the Bobby Fischer 960 chess.
Hopefully I'll be back as a player for the U.S. Women's Championships.
I asked you on your break, what are you doing? You said, I'm going home to study for the U.S. Championships. I said, well, that's not until October. You said, yeah, but I need to do a lot of studying.
Yes, and then finishing the year strong with St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, and of course the Incr Cup.
The granddaddy of them all.
They will end on December 3rd.
Yeah, those would be wonderful tournaments, and of course the St. Louis Chess Club is hosting the classics as well, as we have our norm tournaments here at the club. So yeah, a real summer of chess.
Non-stop chess.
Exactly. So players getting ready for this penultimate round. I have the feeling that we need a few players to go home with a win, Miro. I don't know what, I mean, for Constantin, definitely. How about even Saric? Has he won today?
But that's what I'm trying to recall. He did.
He did have a win. Okay, our apologies. We've missed it in this Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen just took all of the oxygen out of the room, right? It's all about me.
He always does that.
He does. He does. As we
So-
see Ivan Saric, the white pieces against Gukesh, getting ready for, again, this round 17. But it is this fight for second that has the intrigue. Nepo versus Fabi. Give us your insight. First of all, who are you predicting?
Well, at the moment, Nepo has a half-point lead.
Yep.
So Nepo's fine even with a draw with the white pieces. So I'm
Absolutely.
going to guess Nepo's the favorite.
For sure. Catalan and the players are playing like now they really are experienced. This is the King's Indian, so it's not our game. This is our game. This is the one we want. And Nepo just, d5 takes c4.
Bishop d2, very well-known theory. There's thousands of games in this position.
And this is what we played all the time. That when I was a professional player, it was the Bishop d2 business that had everybody's attention. Rook a7. That became known much later.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't a move that was on. Our focus usually was on the move Bishop e4.
Probably with the help of engines, it's easier to know that Rook a7 is actually a good move.
The engines today have just totally taken so much of the mystery. When we were, working on our openings, everything was questionable. Was this the right move? Was that the right? What was the precise way of playing? We had to really work hard and figure it out. Now the engines. I like what Vishy says. I turn on my engine for 24 hours, I do a workout, and I go, oh, okay, the idea is good. Just leave the engine on for 24 hours.
It used to take months and maybe even years to discover novelties and try them in the openings to know if they were good or not. But now it takes, 24 hours.
Exactly. Bishop e4, queen d1. Fabi said, can I grab this pawn? Bishop takes f3, queen takes d4. Show me the compensation, and a2, a4, it's the two bishops.
Well, in Catalan, white's used to being down upon.
Yes. I always said to Peter Svidler, that I complained to Peter, he was only happy playing the Grunfeld when he was a pawn down. If Peter wasn't a pawn down, he wasn't a happy camper. Rook d8, do your worst. You're welcome to play AB because the queen is defending the rook on a7. Why did we put our rook on a7? Well, we didn't blunder the rook, and we had to defend it.
Last move, queen c2, Nepo's threatening bishop e3, so queen
Alert.
has to retreat.
Alert.
Oh, he played knight d5. Same idea, avoiding
Exactly.
bishop e3.
And in this case, if you go e2, e4 with the intention of playing bishop e3, then knight b4 is an annoying move. You don't get to play your bishop to e3. So knight d5, taking away. Are we in theory still, or is this, or are we in novel territory?
I will ask Miro.
We were.
We were.
Up to move a4. They were following a game from 10 years ago, Maya versus Kramnik, where Big Vlad played c7, c6. Rook d8 is a new move, and I'm not sure if it's the good one. At least in the current position, computer tends to favor white.
Even though white's the pawn behind.
You win the pawn, perhaps, right?
Oh.
So you trade on a7, on
and then
d5,
take on
and then
d5
take the c7
and take
pawn.
on c7. Okay, that's
And after white gets the pawn back, then white is preferable because why isn't it equal?
well,
We have a rook on the 7th rank, okay.
exactly, or even on the 8th rank.
We don't have better development or anything like that.
No, I wanted to say, as you mentioned, coming into this round, this penultimate round, Nepo is enjoying a half a point lead. So certainly the position that he has on the board right now is very favorable for him from a tournament standpoint, and maybe just the position itself. Knight c3 is on tap. The rook, as you mentioned, already on the 7th rank. Definitely
like
white for choice.
Right, and very low risk for white.
Right. And of course, the players are fighting for the Grand Chess Tour points, but cash as well. And there's a nice difference between second and third, $5 grand.
Oh, so
Whoa, 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 whoa! Big.
yeah, this exchange is all paused. But Nepo does not look happy. I think he missed something. Is he losing the b2 pawn?
Well, rook b7 threatens a
Oh,
back
I see.
rank mate, and
Oh, so
that
then
would
it's
be
just the
a
draw.
dead draw. But Nepo shaking his head like he just let something slip away. He might have had something here.
Maybe he had an advantage earlier that he...
Well, he doesn't look happy.
Yeah, now it's
like,
a draw, so...
As if he just blundered, and the players cannot offer one another draw, but they'll certainly be able to find a threefold repetition in no time.
Yeah, I guess when he played bishop e3, he didn't realize Fabi could play rook d1, rook b1, and bishop f6.
And a draw agreed as Nepo maintains his half-point lead in second place. But I think Nepo is explaining to him, you know what, I could have secured
Could have
clear
gone for
second.
more.
Let's jump to the Magnus Carlsen Richie Rapport game, as
Interesting.
there's
So
a board full of pieces, I wanted to say, but bishop takes c5. Richie's eyeballing the d6 square. Sorry,
this
what were you
position
doing?
came from the Sicilian. I couldn't guess the opening looking at the
No,
position. So.
I would have guessed a King's Indian or maybe a Perk, but Sicilian, no. Bishop takes c5, by the way. Again, a big threat of knight d6 check. So there was no queen takes d3. Knight d6 check would have been very, very bad news. Takes on f5. Rook takes
I don't
f5.
love my pawns on d3 and c3, but I love my knight on d6.
Yes, yes. It's a gorgeous piece, but it's an extra pawn as well, right? So it's pawn and position.
Can Magnus lose 2 in a row?
We saw it in the Rapids. And remember that in the Rapids, that was just a stunner for Magnus. Again, let's just be very clear. Magnus is already the tournament winner, and maybe he's let his guard down a little bit too,
Possibly,
right?
yes.
I
But
mean,
it's
the
funny
euphoria
that,
of winning the event itself.
You can be capable of losing 2 games in a row and then winning 11 in a row. And
Exactly. Don't shortchange our winner. Miro, jump in. Richie's looking good at the moment. How good is it?
Let me see. Well, it is pretty good. And what I'm surprised with, Yasser, you didn't really count them pawns, I think.
I did. I did.
Yeah,
I
so
said
you
there was
figured
a
out
pawn.
white's a
Yeah.
pawn up, right? Okay,
Right.
that's the most information I have.
Yeah.
Okay, slightly better positionally, but what's most important, he's up a pawn.
Yeah. But it's also pawn and position, right? Like after knight e4, I have great pieces and better center control with my pawns on c3, d3, my good knight on e4. I'll just defend my pawn and yeah. And Magnus in quite some trouble, I would say, at this moment.
Yeah, add black a pawn on c7, you would still play with white, right?
Exactly, exactly. Take the pawn off of c7, and I'm more enthusiastic.
But there's still a lot of pieces on the board, and we know how tricky Magnus can be.
Truly. At some certain moment, h4, h5 starts to be attractive. If you play g5, then knight h2, knight g4, that's a very nice, stable knight. If you capture, well, that exposes your king. By the way, another little crafty move to keep in mind, that bishop h3 could be disconcerting.
Absolutely.
Knight h2 with the idea maybe of h5.
And Richard is not having the best tournament, but defeating Magnus
That
is enough to call tournament a success.
Exactly, exactly. Rook d2, not only defending, but again, I think White wants to get on with his business of playing h5.
But he's not rushing. He's maneuvering his pieces, improving the position slowly.
Yes. I like this knight on g4. Somehow this knight on g4 is just keeping
Is
black.
it going to e3? Or?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I think king h2, bishop h3 is yet again.
It's also annoying Magnus can't kick the knight out because h5 would be a terrible move given g5 square for the other knight.
Exactly. And that would be a wonderful outpost. Again, moves like king h2, these nice little easy moves that just tuck things away. I liked it.
Both players now under 1 minute, yes.
Knight h3, queen e3.
Ooh,
Oh,
f
pardon
takes
me.
e3, that's very nice. The reconnected pawns in the center.
f2 takes e3. Okay, now the reasons for playing king h2 are even more compelling, as there's a skewer with bishop h3 to be had.
So king h2 looks good? Everything looks good.
Everything looks good.
Yeah, White's position is just beautiful at the moment.
Knight to c3 to d5 looks good.
It looks so pretty, I don't even want to touch it and change anything.
But king h2, I do find it confounding how you cannot play a move like king h2. That is just such a
Magnus finding
useful
ideas
move.
with a5 and b5. Trying to put some pressure, more pressure on d3.
Exactly.
30
well,
seconds for Richard.
Takes a knight f2. Just again, I'm eyeballing bishop h3, but I'm thinking if I can put my bishop on e4.
Knight on e4 was so pretty.
I know, but sometimes, you know, a square is occupied and another piece would really like that square. In this case, the bishop on e4. Oh, Magnus allowed the skewer.
There's knight f5 though, right?
e4. Oh, knight takes g3. I apologize.
Bishop e6.
And knight takes e2.
Rook takes e2.
Oh, pardon me. Rook takes e2. Yes.
No, now.
So
Rich
it is
up
an exchange.
Very nice. And
It's all
meanwhile,
about the clock, sorry.
Gukesh has won his game against Ivan Saric. And we already know that Fabi drew his game. And Vichy wins with the black pieces against Duda.
Wow. Vichy, he's had such a tumultuous event. So many
Not
ups
a lot
and
of
downs.
draws for Vichy.
No. Rook to b2. Okay, finally, the rook decides to get itself into the game. Bishop takes a4, knight c5. You're allowing queen
h3,
three.
whoa.
What?
So if we take on a4, queen
We take
g3.
on g3, queen g2. We take
takes.
on f2. Wait a minute. Magnus bluffed. Magnus bluffed there. Richie should have just...
I mean, this position looks quite winning as well, but Richie has just had 3 seconds on the clock. So
no way.
Things
3
can still
seconds.
happen.
Rook b6, knight e6 on white's agenda. Rook f7? No, I'm not sure.
Oh, knight b3 is a cool
What?
move.
Knight b3? What are
Rook
you doing?
a8.
Rook d8? Rook a8? I'm not happy with Richie's
the pawn's
technique
going a
here.
little too far.
Not happy at
But-
all.
4. And again, 4 seconds on the clock. Mistakes are expected.
e5 is hanging? d4?
Yeah, at d4 otherwise.
But now a3, e6.
Yes,
Okay, that's the problem. a3,
Rook b7
e6.
now looks good.
e5 and rook
Yeah.
b7 check. Yeah?
I think Richie's got this now.
And rook a3 just to secure that. And maybe the king can come up the board too. That would be nice.
And Firouzja won his game.
Keeping the pressure.
I think he's only half a point behind Fabiano now.
Exactly.
So in the last round, the second place will be decided. But in this game, wow, yeah, if Magnus goes down.
Captain Obvious, right, in the last round. Good morning, St. Louis.
Well,
Love
if
it.
Firouzja lost, then Nepo would have a significant lead.
Exactly. And Richie is now put
Wow.
the final moves together, and Magnus goes down. Oh boy, oh boy. Do we have any other games? Nope. They're all done. Fill the gaps. Miro, please.
Won't be able to fill all the gaps. And yeah, I'll go with a strange choice of commentating on the only drawn game of this round, right? I mean, obviously you can't cover everything. But a very interesting battle between Nepo and Fabi. This rook c1 move, a theoretical move. It's a brainchild of Vladimir Kramnik, it turns out. He was the one to play it first with white. And then later on, we figured out he was the one defending with black. It's an interesting idea because you put some pressure on black. If black doesn't capture on f3, white has quite a pleasant advantage. So at least this one is principal. Capture on f3, capture on d4, a4. And as our commentators mentioned during the game, rook d8 seems to be not the best move. After queen c2, white was better. And then, all good so far. And yeah, queen c7, rook c7, despite the symmetrical nature of the position, white has quite an advantage. Knight d7, and this is why Nepo was so unhappy about this. Because either e4 or king f1, king e2, immediately or after e4, would have led to his advantage. And bishop e3, he thought he's getting something. Rook d7, and I can imagine he was waiting for king f8, after which rook b7 is once again a move with the tempo. You're threatening rook b8 check, and then you pick up the b5 pawn, and you're a pawn up in the endgame. And he completely missed that after rook takes d7, instead of king f8, black has bishop f6, and that the b2 pawn is targeted 2 times. Rook to d7, h7, h6, rook b5, and that's of course a dead draw. All right, so that was like a little theoretical summary of what has happened. Right, let's look at the standings for one more time. I'm happy that nobody picked Nepo. So from the commentators, as you all know, we were picking players. Magnus was banned, and rightfully so, won the tournament, 3 points lead over Nepo. Nepo clears second. Fabiano Caruana, third position, still fighting for the second. And Alireza, well, we will have to check the pairings for the last round. Alireza might still climb on pedestal. So that will be it, and we will be back for the final round after a short commercial break.
It's time to fight for titles. The best juniors, girls, and senior chess players converge in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the U.S. Junior, Girls, and Senior Championship. Beginning July 15th, 30 players will compete across 3 fields for over a $150,000 prize fund. This tournament features the top junior and senior chess players in the nation, including the young up-and-comer Carissa Yip, young junior phenom Abhimanyu Mishra, and returning senior champion Alexander Shabalov. 3 titles are on the line, and you won't want to miss it. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
The Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures. weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Firouzja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are in our final round, and these are our standings after 17 rounds of Blitz.
Magnus Carlsen has already won the tournament, but there's still a fight for the second place.
And it is fierce.
3 players are fighting for it: Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano, Caruana, and Firouzja.
Everything to play for, and the pairings for this, our final round 18.
Carlsen is playing Lupulescu, Firouzja is playing Duda, Anand Saric, Gukesh Nepomniachtchi.
We will have to use that as our marquee matchup.
And Caruana Rapport will be our backup.
Absolutely, absolutely. Has Constantin saved his best for last? Well, we're about to find out, as this is the 18th round, and boy, I feel it now. I feel like there was an adrenaline rush, but I'm almost like Magnus, you know, feeling the ebb and flow of the excitement of having won the tournament already. But whew, we're on our final shoes over here. How about yourself?
Well, yeah, final round, highly anticipated. You know, guys, I was able to extract a little bit more information from the standings because I want to mention that Fabiano Caruana is currently leading the GCT, believe it or not. So it doesn't matter the last round, he will overtake the current leader Wesley So, who is not present here.
Right.
So he will get some points, and this some points added to Fabiano's victory in Bucharest will be enough for him to lead GCT standings as after this tournament.
Oh, absolutely, no question about that. And here are the GCT standings.
Wesley So was leading until today,
Right.
and Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the second place, but both Duda and Fabiano will be getting more points after today and probably sharing first and second, and Wesley moving back to third place.
Shockingly enough, you see Jan at the bottom there with only 2 points from the Bucharest event, even though he will probably gain maybe as many as 10 points if he were to take clear second here. Boy, that horrible combination of Bucharest and Zagreb.
And let's not forget Richie, he's not doing so badly either.
Not at all. I'm sure this last round will be very important for his GCT point standings.
Can you believe we're in the last round?
Yeah, we've experienced so much. We've been on this roller coaster ride along with Magnus Carlsen. Again, the staggering, sensational result of winning 11 games in a row, 9 blitz in a row. Yesterday
in
was
just one day.
but then he came in and, well, I think he had a decent performance, but as you were mentioning, back-to-back losses.
Yes, last 2 rounds did not go his way, and I'm sure he's not happy about it.
No, not at all. That game with Firouzja, by the way, he was that close to getting the 2,900 rating.
But Firouzja keeps his
number one
spot.
Yes, he does. Spoiler indeed, as there you see Alireza, our defending Grand Chess Tour champion, by the way. He wants to put himself in position that when the tour does come to St. Louis, that
still has a chance to win
absolutely,
it all.
absolutely. Gukesh, the 17-year-old phenom, acquitted himself nicely, I want to say, in this Grand Chess Tour, showing that he's going to be a future tour participant, no question.
Sure. His first time playing in Grand Chess Tour, and extremely solid performance.
Yeah, and besting Vichy in the Rapid, that was really a big result.
And then once in the Blitz as well.
And once in the Blitz as well. That was really, really nice. Trying to sum up some of the sensational things that we've witnessed over the course of the 5 days, Miro, what stood out for you especially?
Well, Magnus's result, of course, right? And yeah, well, I'm honestly rooting for Constantin in this last round. I don't want to upset Magnus, but man, to play in such a tournament and do not win a single game, that's
hurtful.
That's painful.
Yes, yes. As Jan returns to his roots, Grunfeld.
Grunfeld in the last round.
I remember the World Championship matches of Kasparov and Karpov with knight e5 lines that became very, very theoretical.
So here there's, of course, knight c6 move, but also knight e4, if I remember correctly.
Yes, knight e4, and there you go. Knight e5.
Oh, yes, I see in the database Nepo has played this before with black pieces, this exact position.
Oh, that's such a drawish line. Bishop a3, queen a6, and we are back to symmetry.
Right.
Oh, wow, it is.
And Nepo is like, okay.
What am I doing here?
Yeah. But for Nepo, a draw means that the worst case, Fabi.
He'll be sharing second.
Exactly.
Cases. Should we switch to Fabi's game, since
sure.
This game is very drawish?
Exactly. Somehow you know when Fabi is going to cross swords with Richie Rapport, the game's not going to be a boring one, as we do have
King's
a
Indian.
King's Indian on the board.
But I think we're out of theory at this point.
Okay. And knight to d2. Tickling the bishop. Pardon me, the bishop
Knight.
hits the knight. The knight drops back. Knight to c4. Hitting this pawn. But things are not...
Queen e7.
I'm going to say queen g6. I hate walking into those pins. Those queen e7.
It's only temporary. You could play h6.
It might be bishop h4. I don't know. But I prefer queen g6 in any case. If I have to defend the pawn on d6 by moving my knight, my queen feels better on g6. Now the question
F4.
is f4, right?
Looks like black is doing great in this opening.
Well, these King's Indians, you're going to get your play. I want to
Miro,
put it like that.
what does engine tell us? Is black already better?
Yeah, it tells that bishop e3 was a terrible oversight. He had to play either queen d2 or bishop h4, and bishop e3 was kind of asking for f4, and it was played. And well, with all the ideas like knight jumping to b4, going to c2,
right?
On bishop f4, black has knight e4, white king stuck in the center, not castled. It's very, very bad, in fact.
Yeah, queen g2 on black's agenda. Oh, my goodness. By the way, that bishop on g7 lurking nicely, ambush.
Knight b4 coming in
bishop
with a tempo.
d4, yeah, hello. Knight c2 on tap. By the way, d5 pawn is hanging. A lot of things have gone wrong suddenly for white.
White might collapse very quickly in this position.
Yeah.
Everything's open. Queen side, the king side, the center.
Yes.
Things have gone
King
very
f1
wrong.
sidesteps knight c2, and it does set up for rook g1, but excuse me, bishop takes h3. So how am I meeting knight c2? Oh, bishop to d3.
That's the idea.
Thank you. Because otherwise it would be really, really bad. But hold on, knight c2, bishop
What
d3,
he could
bishop
do is
f5.
play f3, which Richie just did, and then go knight c2.
Much better.
And f3 is a good sacrifice anyways, opening up the f-file.
Exactly. Yes. No, that rook on f8 lurking in ambush as well. First impressions is this game has gone terribly, terribly wrong. And it might just be over before it started. Knight takes
Which is good
d4.
news for Nepo. He would guarantee himself
Clear
second place.
So knight takes d4, queen takes d4. Where's my beautiful tempo? Knight d7 to e5.
Or h5.
Knight to h5 to g3. Or okay, so I'm starting with knight d4, right?
He played bishop f5.
Oh, hello, bishop
Both
d3
threatening
check.
Bishop d3. It's not deadly, maybe, because I can cover with bishop e2.
Right. I was thinking bishop d3 stops the defense of the bishop on d4. So but you're right. Bishop to d3 check. Bishop e2 doesn't cost material.
But I can't find moves for white.
And that take the
I
pawn.
really want to play rook g1, but there's bishop h3.
So knight takes d6.
I'll take the pawn. when you don't see a good move, just take a pawn.
Right. Knight e2. But knight e2.
So now knight d4, knight takes, bishop d3, bishop e2. There has to be some tactic. Queen e4 maybe?
Bishop to d3. Sorry. What?
And then on bishop e2, queen e4.
Yes.
Attacking the rook and the knight.
But bishop d3 immediately, rook g1. There was no bishop takes h3. That was very fortuitous for Fabi that he could get in the move rook g1. But wait a minute. So now he's got f3 is hanging, d4 is hanging.
There's so many pieces next to each other.
Right?
It's very difficult to calculate. So which pieces are hanging?
This guy and this guy, two bishops.
Can I take? No.
I'm thinking it might be time to bail out with something like rook takes and bishop to g4.
Besides the two bishops hanging, there's pawn on h3 hanging, pawn on d6 hanging.
Right? It's just hard to count.
Miro, can you help us out?
all the things that are hanging.
Yeah, that's a crazy position, guys.
Bishop takes f6 has been played.
Bishop f6 is a mistake. Black is winning. Yeah, let's postpone it till after the game is over.
Okay.
There's just too much.
So
But
right
rook
now, Black
takes-
is winning.
Yeah.
Black is winning with
Rook
rook
takes
takes.
f6. Rook takes f6 sets up a queen takes f2 mate.
So rook g3 would be the only defense.
Rook to g3, but that will allow...
Knight d4.
Looks very strong, doesn't it? Knight d4.
Both knight on e2 and bishop on f3 are pinned.
Right. It's just amazing that somehow, you're not winning material with bishop takes c4. But yes, knight d4 looks very attractive. Rook f8. What do you think of rook f8, by the way?
Looks amazing.
I mean, doesn't it? Because you might be threatening queen takes d3 in that case. Rook f8, just bringing the last resource into play.
I wanted to go bishop e2, queen e2, knight d4, but then I think you have queen. Wait, is there queen
Bishop
e4?
e2, queen e2, knight d4. Knight d4 right away. Rook c, when you're on the attack, one of the things I like to advise is when you're on the attack, make sure you invite everybody to the party. Rook a8 to f8, to my mind, is, like perfect for the position. Knight d4 also looks like a very nice move as you're...
Oh, now just bishop e2, right? Because you can't take with the bishop. And Magnus has won the final game, finishing with a win.
Once again, our congratulations to Magnus for winning the tournament. He did it with quite a number of rounds to spare already. And in this position, Fabi has to cough up material. He took on the rook.
Took on g7.
King takes g7, knight takes f5, rook takes f5. It will just be an exchange for a pawn, but it's a terrible bishop. Terrible.
And Black should be completely winning.
Really winning. Nepo, shall we go back to Nepo's game against Gukesh? Has anything happened?
A lot has happened there in the pawn ending.
Oh, really? Okay, well.
But it looks like a draw. Right? King d6. Oh, king b5.
Sorry,
this
I'm just...
looked
I
like
know
a
it
draw.
sounded like crickets there for a second, but who was better? Why is this an easy
Is
draw?
anyone better? No, it should be a draw. I can play king d3,
King d5,
king c3.
King e5.
Are you faster?
No, just testing. Forcing you to calculate at a very early hour here in St. Louis.
Let's maybe look at Firouzja's game, because he might pass Fabi, since Fabi's going down, and Firouzja, if he wins,
Yep. Which
then he would
board is
finish in
Firouzja?
third. He's on board 4.
Board 4. Alireza is against Duda.
Yes, he has an extra pawn, but his knight on a2, absolutely awful.
Awful. And the knight on c5 is a monstrous knight, just really, really in all of its glory there.
But
clock times?
4 seconds for Duda.
Oops.
And 45 for Firouzja, so that's going to be an issue for sure.
And oopsie daisy. And those last trades of rook has made room for the knight on a2 to get back into the game.
Finally coming back, so maybe the extra pawn will actually have an impact now.
Absolutely. Well, knight d3, you don't want to allow bishop takes c1.
Should be 3 nice blockade on the black squares with the bishop.
But it feels tempered. I mean,
No,
that
bishop
was a
e3.
huge accomplishment to get
Sorry,
rid
queen
of that knight on c5. So Firouzja, definitely it's a 2-result game now. And by the way, draw.
Yeah, Nepo Gukesh endgame ended in a draw as predicted. And queen d8 now?
Absolutely. Queen d8 isn't...
Don't really need to calculate, because you know it should be winning.
It should be winning,
And that's good
exactly. Queen d8, trade queens, knight can come to b7,
Yeah.
and he's done it.
Then F4, King F3, bring the king, and
Should Firouzja help me out once again, even though we've shown the standings each and every time? It's so close at the very top.
so Richard did win his game against Fabiano.
Right. Now, can Firouzja tie Nepo, though?
If Firouzja wins, either he ties or he passes Fabiano.
That's right. He passes Fabiano, but I think
But
Nepo has secured
His second place, yes.
And C4, C5. Right. C5, we have knight E5 check. Knight E5, no.
Oh,
that's
knight
a weird.
E5 is beautiful.
I know, isn't it?
And he played
Nice.
it.
Knight E5.
Very nice.
Takes, and King F2, and that should be a
King E3
winning
and-
king and pawn ending. Yep.
And there's E3, perfect tempo.
Yes.
Beautiful.
And a handshake as Firouzja, well, stormed back at the very end. He just,
One game still going on. It's Vichy against Ivan Saric. We have a queen ending. Ivan is up a pawn, but looks like Vichy has a perpetual check.
right. Well, I think it's fitting that the local play Croatia. And Firouzja does, as you mentioned, surpass Fabi pipped at the finish there. That 18th round game was one round too many for Fabi. As Fabi drops to fourth, Firouzja jumps to third. Wow. Miro, try to sum up this day 5 of the Blitz.
Well, the games are still like very, very impressive, but perhaps a bit of fatigue takes its toll because quite a lot of games then, one side plays close to perfect and then lets it slip at the very end. And so by the way, that was the case in the game that you were looking at, Fabi against Rapport, because Rapport on a couple of occasions given Fabi chances to get away, but they were not taken. So just quickly, I believe that was the best game of the last round. So let's just quickly watch this one again. The King's Indian, all there was seen, and I think I'll start with this. Yes, Knight C4, and even though computer claims that Queen D7 is playable, no, we don't play King's Indian for that. Queen G6, of course. Bishop E3, as I've mentioned, was quite a big mistake. So F4, takes, Bishop D4. But this is where things starting to get interesting, right? Knight B4. We all know that, yes, black must be winning, but it's blitz. You don't have the time to calculate. So basically you play moves with your hand, with your feeling, how to play the King's Indian. And there was one moment, so after F3, black is winning. There was one really, really funny moment. This Queen F5 wasn't the best. So Bishop D3 wasn't the best. He should have gone Knight to D4.
Right.
But sorry, we don't have the time to look at this. I mean, it's a beautiful game, so I just advise to look at it at home.
Let's take a look at our final standings of Zagreb 2023, and here it goes.
The wild card of the tournament, Magnus Carlsen wins the tournament and $40,000.
The surprising part for me is our second wild card also in the top 5 there. Congratulations to Gukesh on his fine
the
result.
youngest player finishing 5th.
But
Nepomniachtchi actually had a wonderful tournament, got overshadowed by Magnus, but congrats on the second place.
no question about it, 10 GCT points. Jan bouncing back from the horrible showing in Bucharest.
And Firouzja, after a couple days of struggle in the Rapid, came back in the Blitz and finished 3rd. Very solid performance. Congrats.
And we see the results of round 18 costing Fabiano $5,000 there. And let's jump to Croatia for our closing ceremonies.
Thanks, Yasser. After 5 days of exciting chess, we are finally ready to crown a champion. We are joined by Marin Marjusic, who is the CEO of SuperUnited Croatia, as well as Michael Khodorkovsky, the executive director of the Grand Chess Tour, and of course, our champion, Magnus Carlsen. Michael, I'm going to give you the first word.
Yes, thank you, Chris. It is excitement here in Zagreb. This is our last tour in Europe, third leg, and we would like to congratulate Magnus Carlsen, #1 player in the world, who actually made hat trick here in Zagreb this year. This is the third win since 2019 in Zagreb, and once again, Magnus Carlsen showed excellency and supremacy in this tournament. So would like again to congratulate him and thanks our sponsors, SuperUnited, St. Louis Chess Club, and I would like to pass microphone to CEO of SuperUnited, Marin Marusic.
Thank you very much, Michael. I'm glad that I can welcome all the players in Zagreb, all the GCT tour. It's very nice to see you again. It's very nice that I will present the second time in a row for me. I haven't had a chance to have a hat trick, but hopefully I will have a hat trick next year. So it's nice to present another trophy to Mr. Magnus. Congratulations. I know that you're a big fan of Croatia. I'm very happy for that. Thanks for all the nice pictures and photos. And thanks for promoting Croatia, such a beautiful country, for a great holiday. And thanks for promoting chess and helping to all the kids who are playing chess because of you and all these good chess players here with us. Thank you very much.
Magnus, back-to-back victories in the Grand Chess Tour. How are you feeling right now?
I'm completely spent. I've had no energy to play today. I felt, you know, yesterday was such a great day, and I felt today that I didn't have much to give, so I was really just trying to get over the finish line. But I'm really happy that I did, and yeah, always feels great to win.
You've said it after the rapid portion that your opponents will need to have a great tournament in order to stop you from winning the Blitz portion. What gave you that confidence?
Well, I thought that if I had like a normal to good event, it would be tough, and I think Alireza scored about as expected. I think he made 13 points, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, which is really, really good, +8. Also, Jan and Fabi performed fairly normally, and I had my best Blitz result ever in the Grand Chess Tour, and that's obviously why it was not close.
Tell us about that day, historical day, one might say. You scored 9 out of 9. If you count the 2 rapid games, 11 out of 11, what did that mean for you?
Yeah, it was it was a fun day. I can say that it felt very, very special, and you know, there are days when yeah, there are days that are just better than the others. I would say that I love playing chess, and I mean, there are tournaments that I can still sort of win, but to be honest, like that achievement feels sweeter than almost any tournament win, because it's something I've never done before and won't do again.
It's definitely a performance that left the chess world speechless. Congratulations, Magnus. You are the champion of the 2023 SuperUnited Rapid Blitz.
Thank you so much.
For the last time, back to you guys in St. Louis.
Thank you, Cristian. Once again, our great congratulations to Magnus, and what a performance on day 4, one for the history books.
Absolutely, it was a privilege to watch.
Truly, and it's nice to see Magnus struggling to find the words, as we commentators did as well, as the GCT Tour finishes its European legs. And there we have our standings now with 3 events concluded.
Yes. Well, we can still take notice that some players have played 3 events, some still only have played 2.
Exactly.
So Fabiano Caruana now leading the Grand Chess Tour with 20 GCD points, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the 2nd place with 18. Richard Rapport and Alireza Firouzja 3rd and 4th.
Exactly, as those players with 2 events played will be playing in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz as well as the St. Phil Cup. And other players who have played 3 events will only be playing in the St. Phil Cup and not at the St. Louis Rapids. Miro, bring it all together, sum it all up, if you will, my friend.
Well, what can I say? It's a historical event, and yeah, once again, congrats Magnus, and thanks very much, guys, for having me on the team. Enjoyed it immensely, and we'll be happy in the future.
Absolutely. Thank you, Miro. And I want to say thank you so very much, Nazi. Really, these 5 days have been really great. Your hands are cold, by the way, too. But the 5, really, I've enjoyed working with you and Miro so very, very much, and all of our production team here.
Likewise, it was a pleasure.
Sure.
Thank you, Yasser and Miro, for creating such a fun atmosphere.
Absolutely. And to our production team, once again, thank you for all you do. Thank you to St. Louis. And we will be seeing you for the juniors, the girls, and the senior championships coming up in just 4 or 5 days' time. We'll see you all then. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your days with us. Goodbye for now.
Thank you.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.